Hello, everybody, and welcome to the epic G-Fest Megastream.
Yay!
It's happening. We survived. We lived long enough
did.
to be able to talk about the thing we lived through.
Yes, we did, and this is exciting for me because this is the first time that I've done a multi-stream thing, because this is going out to my channel, the Monster Island Film Vault channel. It's going out to Kaiju Kim's, and it's going out to Donny's. This is going to be epic. And joining me today are some of my favorite people from G-Fest. Obviously, Kaiju Kim, Donny Winter, one of my fellow Kaiju writers panelists, the irreplaceable Daniel Davana, and Autistic Lizard Pro. Yay!
No! There he is. I'm so glad we were all able to get together to do this. This is fun. This is going to be nice
great.
chat.
Good times to be had by all.
Good times to be had.
My goodness.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a fun stream. Good night, everybody.
No, you're not allowed to leave, Danny.
Okay.
You're not allowed.
You want me to be serious? Listen. This is you guys wanted me on here. You're gonna get some goofiness. I
understand that, Mr. 11 hours.
I redid the numbers. It was 12.
12?
I redid. I was wrong. I did the math wrong. I'm a writer, not a mathematician. Oh my goodness. Anyway,
dang it, Jim. I'm a writer, not a mathematician.
That's your one Star Trek reference for this stream. I will be taking notice if there's another one.
Oh, does everyone have their Nate March? Does everyone have the Nate March and bingo cards ready? I guess you can scratch that one off, right?
I'm always
Star Trek reference. You're always backing. All right. Well, oh my gosh, there's so many comments coming in right now.
Oh, are there? Oh, wow. Cool. Let's take a peek.
Gosh.
Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, but this is going out to 3 different channels, so I'm not surprised that this is just going crazy right now.
That makes sense.
But yeah, so I guess this is the part where the cat wrangling begins.
Meow, I guess. I don't know.
Beg your pardon.
It's just, yeah, it's gonna. Oh, hi, Brendan.
He'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
He'll be right back. All right. So, there he is. There he is. Okay. Yeah, he disappeared like a ninja right there.
He's a ninja.
Sorry about that. I was
Brendan.
Oh, very nice.
Whoa.
Yeah, I was just turning on my light. So
that's a smart move, Brendan.
Very
smart
important.
move.
You got a better light than
You
got a better light than me, pal. You know what light I'm using? The one that was built into the apartment when I got here. So
I'm basically doing the same thing. I need to invest in a ring light. I keep doing these more often, so it's like, yeah, a ring light needs to happen.
Who do we have in the chat here, folks? Let's do that.
So we're here to talk about G-Fest, the biggest kaiju convention of them all, the granddaddy of them all. Yeah. Although now they have a little bit of a competition. Got All Monsters Attack, obviously, Kaiju Brooklyn, which you were at, Kim. One of these days I should come visit that at least once just to see what it's like.
Please do. I invite all of you to come to Brooklyn and come to Kaiju Brooklyn because
the Ultraman, we found out at G-Fest last week, the Ultraman stage show from Japan is going to be in your neck of the woods in November.
New Jersey.
So I might have to plan a visit if I can.
Consider yourself warned, Kim.
Hey, she brought it on herself. She made the invitation.
She did.
I did. I take full responsibility.
You've been inviting us for years, and we need to make it happen.
Please, I need to see you guys more than once a year.
And
I sometimes twice, because no, you never did. You ever? No, you didn't come to All Monster.
No.
Go ahead, Brendan. You were going to say something.
I was going to say that I can't believe that G-Fest turned 30 years old this year.
Yeah. The public version of it, which is interesting because the first ever G-Fest was in 1994, but it was a private event, and it was in 1995. And back then it was called G-Con. And then they opened it up to the public. Danny, you seem like the one who would know this. When did they first go by G-Fest?
Let me consult the sacred scrolls here real quick.
Sacred scrolls.
I actually don't recall. It was the late 90s. I want to say it was maybe third or fourth one.
I think someone just talked about it on Growing Up with Godzilla recently. Wasn't it like 1998 or 99?
Yeah, I guess I know the first one was called G-Con. I don't remember. I know only like I think at least the first few were it was G-Con. Then it changed to G-Fest. I've always known it as G-Fest. I didn't know it was called anything else until I did a little bit of homework. Read some G-Fan magazines and fun stuff like that. So yeah,
we're gonna.
I've been. Oh, sorry.
No. I was just gonna
say I've been going. Let's go around the table here. Oh, yes.
And I was gonna say that also that this year is my 10th anniversary year of going to my very first G-Fest convention. That was back in 2015.
Awesome.
Brendan, you read my mind. I was about to go around and ask people how many G-Fests that they have been to, because this one, I counted them. This one was my 7th because my first G-Fest was in 2017.
Yeah, I know I've been to G-Fest like I think 8 or 7 times because I know they didn't do it on 2020 and 2021 because the pandemic.
Your first one was 2015?
Yeah.
So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then 22, 23, 24, 25. This was your 9th G-Fest.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Kim, how many G-Fests have you been to?
I have been to 6 G-Fests. My first one was in 2018.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that the year you made it to the finals of Jeopardy?
Yes, it was. That was the first.
So we kind of sort of met because I was there and I was watching you compete. That is so awesome. It is so wild to me.
Donny. I would have won if I had gotten not one question wrong. All right, go ahead.
I know, right? Donny.
Oh no. This was my 6th G-Fest as well, and my first one was in 2007.
So you took breaks, some long breaks.
Yes, so I took a very long break. So 2007 was my first one, and then my next one was 2018 because it was Megumi Odaka that got me back to G-Fest.
You can't miss that.
I was gonna get there. If I had to ride a kite to get there, I don't know.
I would pay to see that happen. Hey, you know what, Brendan? There's some funny artwork you could do for Donny next year. Draw a picture of him riding a kite.
Donny's car is broken. Here's his kite that he just rented.
Well, speaking of art, I just finished drawing this fan art.
Ooh,
if Neil was on the stream.
Oh, I'd send him the invite. Yeah.
Neil, get in here.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you should scan that and send it to Neil. He would love it.
He would.
Yeah.
That'd be wonderful.
He's the biggest Yongari fan I know. Yeah, I hear.
I don't like. I have a hard time saying the name. I just call him Yongari or Yongarian or Yongori.
Just call him Gary. It's fine.
Gary. His name is Gary.
Or Young Gary.
Young Gary.
Young Gary. Yeah,
not
I made
Gary,
that.
But Young Gary.
Yeah, I made that joke on my podcast. Danny, I feel like
the next stage. Let me get my bad joke out here. It's like a Pokemon, young Gary, and then he becomes middle-aged Gary.
There it is.
And then he becomes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to stop though because it's not funny, and I wouldn't.
I thought it was funny.
Thank you, Kim.
Yeah.
You're great. I appreciate you very much. Anyway,
and I never show my fan art on my streams before, but
well, there you go.
This is a world premiere. That's
world
awesome.
premiere. There you go. Did you make? Sorry.
But were you just about to burn? Did I burn one of my fan arts to the art convention?
No, I was going to ask if you. I was going to ask if you had made one for G-Fest because I think you did.
Mm-hmm.
It had the Hyatt.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, are you talking about the one I did last year?
No, I thought you did one this year.
Yeah, I did one this year. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say if you have that one, that'd be fun to show off since it's actually about G-Fest.
Sadly, it's been sealed away.
Okay. We understand. But anyway, Danny, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say you are the G-Fest veteran out of all of us.
I might be. This was my 14th G-Fest.
14th. So your first one was what?
2010. I have not missed a year since 2010. So that's kind of crazy. I'm the same age as G-Fest, so it's kind of bonkers to me that I've kind of grown alongside the second. I know.
Danny, why do you say things like that?
Because I'm a cruel master of nothing, really. I don't really know. It's kind of bonkers to me that it's even
Super Godzilla.
Even Super Godzilla agrees with me here. Yeah, I have not missed a year since 2010, except for the 2 years where it didn't occur. Craziness. 14. Oh,
that's impressive.
Yeah.
And, or mentally ill. I'm not sure. Maybe it's maybe
it's mentally ill.
Why not both? As the meme would say. I don't want to. I don't want to give the ending away, but I'm going to give the ending away. I don't know how the rest of you feel. This was not only my busiest G-Fest, as I'm sure Danny was feeling too, but it was also my favorite G-Fest ever.
Yeah, this is my favorite too, because this is my 10th year of it, because of my anniversary year, my very first G-Fest convention. I've been 10 years ago, and I know last year I stayed from Thursday to Sunday to the last day, but then this year I stayed from Thursday to Monday.
Nice work.
Yeah, that way I could spend more time with you guys for Sunday nights.
If I had known that, I would have said goodbye to you on Monday morning. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but I get to say goodbye to Danny.
I did. I was the last person to see Brendan before you left the hotel, so I got to say goodbye. Neener, everybody. I got to say goodbye to Brendan.
Yeah, and I was afraid to come home that day. I was actually afraid to come home. It's because sometimes my mom always asks how many did you buy and how much money you spend.
Hey, you were a little scared to tell her how much money you spent.
Yeah, but I don't. Don't want to give any more details of that.
Yeah, that's probably good. We're gonna keep it fun and positive.
That's totally fair.
Donny the goat.
Donny the goat.
Oh, he is the goat.
Thank you. I am a Capricorn after all.
Well, there you go. What does it say about me that I'm a Cancer? Can you tell me, Donny? Because I don't understand.
Oh, you're a Cancer. You are emotionally self-aware.
Yes.
You can be stubborn. And you lead with your feelings.
Oh my.
Okay, random factoid. When I was in college, when I was super poor, I used to do readings for people to make money, and I paid my textbooks very often doing that. So that's like a random knowledge set I have, is just way too much information about astrology.
Yeah, there you go.
No.
That also means Ray Harry. That would also apply to Ray Harryhausen and Elijah, because we all have the same birthday.
That's true.
Oh.
That's true. Yeah. You know what we need to do? We need to shout out some of the cool people in our chat here.
Yeah, we have a lot of people in the chat.
Yeah, we do. Let me see. I'm gonna try to get the first comment for each one. We have Nuclear Goji Edits, first one.
Literally first one.
Yeah.
Nice.
By Kaiju Zilla does a little dance. I'm guessing that was Yeah, I'm guessing that was in reference to the epic intro video we have courtesy of one Kaiju Kim.
Oh, fine.
And then we have Sean Postel. I hope I said that right. I'm second. Let's see. We also have Eldersaurus Fen VT. Look at all these awesome people.
Well,
thank you.
Right back at you.
Yeah, Mark Rodriguez. Hello, everyone.
Hello back, sir.
Yeah, Rodriguez. I took 2 years of Spanish in college. I know about rolling the R's.
I can't roll an R to save my life.
Hi, nerds. You know, speaking of that, guys, I want to say this. I mean, that I gotta say this year has been the best G-Fest I ever been to, because they have special guests that came from Japan and someone from Godzilla films and all that. But my biggest guest I really glad I got to meet and greet with is two YouTube stars, is James Rolfe and Dog Walker.
Dog Walker,
Like,
yes,
awesome.
we will get to that, because that was a surprise appearance, although I did kind of call that, but
Like,
I was able to randomly get a
James
selfie
Rolfe.
with them. Yeah,
the angry video game nerd himself.
yeah. He's a Godzilla fan.
I've always dreamed of meeting him, but my prayers have been answered. Like,
There you go. I'd met Doug Walker before, but I'd never met James Rolfe before. Anyway, I got some more people to shout out in the chat. Then we'll get started. Here's my buddy, my patron, Gamera Sith.
Sorry,
yeah. My son. We'll get to that.
We'll get there.
My son. Yeah, but anyway,
That was
anyway,
freaking.
well, we will get to that. But yeah, Jonathan Cartwright, finally found you guys. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Do we have any other new peoples that I got to mention? Oh, here we go. Gojira 94. OMG, yay. So he's here.
I think it's pronounced Omg.
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 I'm gonna say it like that.
I don't know. I don't know if that's like a Zen thing or an alien from a movie, but
maybe it's both.
You know?
Or neither. Maybe it's like ethereal. It's found in the laughter of children or something.
There you go. I have to share this because Mr. Cartwright says we need more Kaiju Kim.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Oh,
then
that's
we
not
have,
even a question.
We always need more Kaiju.
Acno Goji, what's up?
Acno Goji 2001. And I believe that is everybody.
Is that everybody? Did we say hi to Stream Up Awareness?
Oh, wait. We got one more. We got one
Yes.
more. Multi Golden Man. Donny
God,
the Goat.
Multi
That's
Golden
where that
Man.
came from.
Again,
That
Yes.
sounds like an epic name.
Yeah. And then Stream of Awareness. Hi, nerds.
Cindy.
Yay.
That's my friend Cindy. Well,
Oh,
Awesome.
okay.
Awesome.
Man, this is like not only is this like an Avengers level event with all of us getting together, but it's all of our fans are coming together too. It's crazy.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
love
speak-
it.
yes. I want to ask you guys this, and speaking of fans, I mean, have you guys ever met your fans at the G-Fest? Like
Every year.
because
Every
I want to bring this up. Ever since like last year, I met some of my fans who watches my channel, but I got to meet more fans I meet this year. It's like, especially with kids, like who like the ones. Yeah, I have some kids fans that I actually give a shout out to them in one of my G-Fest unboxing episodes. If you guys want to check them out.
Cool of you.
Yeah, and I just got a picture with them. It was like, it's so nice to have kids who are a fan of me and watches my channel, and like I get recognized. It's like they walk up to me. It's like asking are you Autistic Lizard guy who did unboxing? He says, I'm a huge fan. Like when they said that, it actually made my day. It's like even better. It's like it was like a great experience. It's like
And we'll like I said, we'll get into that. I have one more person to shout out because he is already throwing a bunch of comments into the chat. Possibly my biggest fan, and I have turned him on to several people who are in this, in this stream right now. Edwin Gonzalez, and this is his thing. He likes giving Toku related nicknames to people. So he says, I think these are for the Godzilla Kaiju themed Power Rangers from the second I think it's the second crossover. It's the second. It's Godzilla versus Mighty Morphin Power Rangers 2. So I'm Green Godzilla, and then Green Godzilla. I'm trying to make sure I read this correctly. Red Rodan Ranger Donny, I think.
I'm blue.
No, I'm confused.
I'm blue Anguirus Ranger.
Yeah.
Or is that?
Okay.
Oh, I thought I was Pink Mothra Ranger. I was
I'm
excited.
I'm
You're
confused. I
definitely
am
the Big Mothra
confused
Ranger.
now.
Yeah,
I'm a
it's-
little confused.
It's
now.
name dash color monster. So it's Nathan, you're Green Godzilla, red, and then we have. Okay, that is a little. That is a little strange. Donnie, Pink Mothra Ranger / Yellow Baragon. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
I guess he combined two of them because
I love the
there are
pink and yellow
6.
Rangers, so that's perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, yellow looks good on me, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Even though obviously you should be pink because Kim. Yeah. And okay, there. I guess
Oh,
he
we were
clarified.
right.
He clarified a little bit here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah. He's like I said, he loves whenever I live stream or whatnot, he just tosses all kinds of comments in there. All right. So the way I thought we would go about this is we go in chronological order. So I've got some little banners here to help us keep track of things because again, herding cats, meow. So the first one I'm calling the prep day. So getting ready to go because several of us ran into some interesting challenges and weirdly similar challenges to get to G-Fest. And boy, howdy, were we as determined as Godzilla himself to get into G-Fest. Because I think, 3 of us had car problems the day before?
Oh, we did.
Because I had
We
car
sure
problems. Yeah, I had car problems. Donnie had car problems. And Danny, you had car problems too, right?
I didn't. I had car problems when I got home, which is also something Donnie and I have in common.
Okay.
Mine's not as bad as his, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
So the long and short of it for me, the night before, so we're talking Tuesday night, I was driving back to my apartment. I had gone to the special premiere screening of Superman, and I noticed my battery light came on. I went to an auto parts store the next day. I thought it was just a bad battery. I've only had this car for a few months, so I figured, okay, maybe the battery is just going out. It's time to replace it. And they tested and told me it was the alternator. I'm like, oh, great. All right. And I was worried I was going to have to bum a ride off of somebody. And then they said, oh, don't worry. We can get you another alternator here in about 20 minutes. I was like, okay, but I don't necessarily trust my car to get back to the apartment if the alternator is bad, because I know how that goes. So here I was for a good couple of hours installing in the parking lot of this auto parts store, putting this new alternator in when I hadn't done it before on this car. I'd replaced an alternator before, and this one was exceptionally difficult because boy, howdy, was it you had to really push it in there to get it in because it was all extra tight this time around. So but I did it and everything went smoothly from there. What did you have to deal with, Donnie?
How long do we have? No, so I will Cliff Notes version. 2 days before G-Fest, because I arrived Friday. I know a lot of people arrived Thursday. I was intending to arrive on Friday. Well, on Wednesday, I was like, I'm going to go get an oil change and go get my stuff zhuzhed up and ready to go for G-Fest. And my check engine light popped on. And I'm like, well, that shouldn't be there. What's going on? So I took it in.
Uh-oh.
And, did we lose Brendan?
We did. It says
Uh-oh.
device not connected. Anyway.
We'll keep an eye.
Maybe he'll come back in.
I hope so.
Okay. So I took it in, and the oil change people were like, your battery is really low. You should probably get it replaced. So I deduced that it probably may have been that. Got it replaced, had them check it out. Apparently, it did not fix the problem. They then said, well, it could be your alternator. Well, then I decided to take it up to my hometown because I have like a mom and pop shop that like gives me a deal on things. They checked it out. And essentially, we got Brendan back. Yay. Good.
Sorry about that.
It's
No,
okay.
no,
You're good.
So essentially they reviewed it and they were like, oh, it's the spark plugs or the ignition coil. So I got all those replaced,
Oh my goodness.
drove it to my parents' house. It started shaking violently and smoking.
Oi. Oi.
Drove it back. And all the spark plugs that had just been installed were damaged somehow by my vehicle. So then they did something else to fix it. I don't even know what that was. I drove it back home, which is like an hour, and it was fine. Went to go get gas at Costco, and then it started smoking again. And I'm like, what is happening? What is going on? So I'm like kind of semi having a mental breakdown throughout all this, because I literally dropped like a ton of money trying to get these repairs done. So I almost didn't come to G-Fest. And then my fiance, being the saint that he is, was like, you need to do this. This is something that's very important to you. And then he persuaded me to rent a vehicle. And then that is how I got to G-Fest.
Yay!
Oh, coming in clutch. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank goodness you were there. We'll get into why you being there was incredibly important later, but thank goodness.
Yeah, we will get to that. Now, I do know, and I have a section set aside for this. I know a couple of you, your troubles were getting back home.
Oh my goodness.
So we will get to that. Brendan, do you have any funny stories about getting ready to come to G-Fest?
Actually, not. Yeah. Well, I didn't actually drive there. My parents took me.
There you go.
Yeah, I still live with my parents. It's just
it's all right.
Yeah,
that's all right.
If I'm 29 years old, and
it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I lived with my parents for a year when I was 29 years old, so there is no shame in that.
Yeah, and
there's a couple more quick shout outs. Robert in the chat.
Robert. Okay, here we go. Robert.
My parents took me to G-Fest, and I was gonna check in my room, and I got a nice room and a nice view, and so that's all I have thoughts. I mean, then I was getting ready to go. I was setting things down, and I was gonna get ready to go to the Pickwick. And I just wish I could have seen that other double feature of Frankenstein.
We'll get to that. Now, all right. Kim, Danny, any getting to G-Fest, or prep date stories to tell?
I mean, I missed the first half so I almost did not come to G-Fest because of financial issues and other things. But I'm debating whether or not I should share this. But there is something that I did not share about how I was able to get to G-Fest this year.
You robbed another bank, didn't you, Kim?
Oh,
we won't tell.
You got me. I mean, it's on the internet for the world to see. It's too late for me now.
Statute of limitations can't touch me now.
It's like, I can't go back to prison. Whatever you're comfortable with, Kimberly.
Let's just say some things fell into place. I interacted with the right people. And
that's only a little shady sounding, but we are glad you were there.
Yeah,
it's a little shady, but okay. So
fair enough.
After I announced that I was not able to go to G-Fest this year, I posted this on Instagram. Someone who follows me, I can't say who, saw my post. I was like, "Hey, I can help you out."
Wow.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
If you ever needed proof of how beloved you are, Kim, there it is.
Yeah.
There you go.
There it is.
Yeah. What I heard the news day, you kind of give a little surprise to us that you were actually coming to G-Fest this year. When I heard you were coming, I know that I had to make you a little fan art. I want to give it like a gift, like it's.
That was very sweet of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was gonna mail it to you, but when I hear you coming, I gotta make this quick, as it'll be easier to give you in person.
Yeah,
we're so glad you got there. My goodness.
Yeah, because we G-Fest wouldn't be fun without you, Kim.
Yeah,
I think Kaiju Zilla, Miss Danielle, in the comment said it best.
Yep.
Aww.
Yeah, we love you, Kim. It immediately brightened my day seeing you. And you know what? I think I can speak for all of us on that one. I don't think she's alone.
Absolutely.
It's not a G-Fest party without the Queen of the Fabulous Empire.
It's true. It's true.
Oh,
my
we got a new denizen in the chat.
Oh,
Doomzilla.
Doomzilla.
That's my boy.
So scary.
Oh,
Ooh.
I know.
calm down with the voices, Danny. He might start shooting you with his BF with his BFG.
You call that you call that creepy? This is creepy.
Oh my goodness. This is getting scary in here, guys.
Oh my god.
I
Where are the
think,
hobbits?
All right. So the only other thing I'll mention is my friend Jake Hamburg, who's another patron and is a co-host on one of my co-hosts on Henshin Power V3. He's like, "Can I crash at your place the night before so I don't have to drive for 12 hours?" It's like, sure. So we had met in person for the first time last year, but he actually got to hang out at my apartment for a night. I fed him dinner and we did a little unboxing video for Space Sheriff Sherivan from Discotheque. Watched the first episode and, made sure everything was ready for the next day and then drove to G-Fest. Speaking of which, we should probably talk about that. But you got to understand here, we're Godzilla fans. We don't call Thursday the day before G-Fest. We don't call that day 0 around here. No. We call it day -1.
he did it. I didn't have to do it. I was all prepared to wah for it. I didn't think we were going to get
the sound effects are included, sir.
There you go. I didn't think we were going to get the wet trombone doing a cameo, but I'm glad we got it. I'm glad we got it.
Yeah, for sure. -1. So I drove about 3.5 hours. I think it ended up being a little closer to 4, which is why I left super early. Funny enough, I missed a turn. And then Jake and I actually ended up parking at about the same time at about the same place, even though he had to stop and get gas, which I thought was kind of funny. So how long did everybody else have to travel to get to G-Fest?
Kimberly?
The flight was like an hour and a half.
Lucky you.
My drive was only like 30 minutes or 45
I was gonna say
minutes.
you live in the Chicago area, don't you?
I live in Chicago.
Wow.
Donnie and I in Ohio and Michigan.
Well, not in the city of Chicago.
Yeah. Also, really quick, Jane Meyer in the house.
Jane.
Love Jane.
We do love Jane.
Yep. So Donnie, how long did it take you to get to G-Fest?
4.5 hours for me.
Okay.
Same down here. By the way, I'm going to throw this out there. So, okay. The Chicago Loop is easily one of the most tortuous inventions by mankind ever. And I got through the whole thing without stopping. It took me about 7 minutes.
Wow.
That has never happened before. I was like, did I take a wrong turn? Is there like another loop?
I'm so jealous.
I'm usually stuck on that thing for 45 minutes to an hour with just non-moving traffic. I don't know what happened, but I just right on through. It was like the drive was blessed. I don't know what happened, but it was it was amazing.
I've joked for a while that driving, you got to understand, I'm from Indiana, so driving in Chicago is equal parts Fast and Furious and Darwinism. That's been my joke for a long time. It was remarkably easy this year.
It was a nice, simple drive, about 4.5 hours, and I left a little earlier than I typically do. In years past, I have left to the point where it's like, I get there, I got to get parking, and 15 minutes later, the first movie starts. Like, I cut it very close.
I've done that too.
This year, I gave myself about 45 minutes to an hour, which is good because Park Ridge is a zoo. This one weekend, it's the same day as some kind of music fest. Every G-Fest, it's the same day.
Except I think last year. I don't remember it happening last year.
I don't know.
It was 1 year. Although the ironic thing is, the worst traffic I think any of us dealt with the entire weekend was right in front of the hotel. But we'll get there.
We'll
get
Yeah, well, I'm glad I got there Thursday.
Yeah,
right before.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah,
I got there 30 minutes right before the Kaiju Writers panel. So I was like, thank you
on Friday.
Thank you, Mothra.
Seriously. Gotcha.
Yes, seriously. Yeah. So a bunch of us got there. I got to meet Gretton Conwell from Giant Monster BS in person for the first time. That was pretty exciting. And got to meet Rex from Kaiju Conversation, who came all the way from Australia, mate, to come to G-Fest. I was very happy to see him there. So...
And you apparently didn't know what he looked like before.
I not really, but that's gonna be the new joke going forward.
Oh yes,
that's what he looks like. That's what he looks like this year.
That's what you said it right to him. That's what you look like. Nothing gets past you, Marchand. Seriously, it was
when all you ever know of a person is their voice, and then you actually see them, you're just like, oh.
There is a moment. Like, all kidding aside, there's definitely like a moment where you're like, I know the voice. I know the voice. This is okay. There's the face. There it is. We figured.
I mean, I still can't get over the fact that my face reveal for Elijah Thomas from Kaiju Conversation was Xylophone. Cracks me up to this day.
Remember how I pranked you with that movie?
Yes.
I pranked you with an entire motion picture. Proud moment for me. I'll tell you that. But that's another story. That's
another story. So, a bunch of us got there, got ourselves settled, checked into the rooms, initial greetings, all that, and we go to the Pickwick for the traditional Thursday double features. So I made it to the first set. Danny, you made it to the first set. You didn't. You made it to the second set, Brendan.
Yeah, I just wish I could see Frankenstein, Caucasus World, and War of the Gargantua, because I never seen those two movies. I just wish I could, but my room won't be ready till 3.
Yeah,
but at least I get to go see the second Destroyer and Terror.
Yeah, which we'll get to that. So, Danny, since you were there,
Nathan, this is like I think the third time you told me that we'll get to that. I was like,
yeah, I know. I say that a lot because there's a lot to get to with this. But Danny, I was excited to see both of these movies in a theater, and then discovered they stole my DVDs. Because they were clearly using DVDs for this showing, and I'm like, what? It was very apparent what Gargantua is, because the classic media DVDs, for whatever reason, the Japanese version looks kind of watered out compared to the dub version on there. And I still don't know why. So, and that was just they showed the subtitled versions.
It's just a different source. So ever since I've been going to G-Fest, they've always used DVDs and Blu-rays. That's just one of my first G-Fests ever. You could literally see them. The little triangle for the play button would appear in the corner. So they've always, it's very funny. They've always used DVDs, except for if it's like a bigger release, then they'll get digital files, or maybe I don't even know if it's still digital prints.
Which one was it that we actually heard the menu music on the DVD menu music? Was it one of those?
It was the very tail end of Gargantua's, because it cut out, because the menu has that kind of theremin sound.
Yeah.
You could hear just the tiniest fraction of it kick in. It was like boink, gone. And it was enough for me to know, okay, that's the menu. Because I would fall asleep. 1,000 years ago, I used to fall asleep watching Gargantua's. I would just kind of put the dub on to relax after a long day. And I would wake up in the middle of the night and the menu would have been playing. So I have very strong memories, like core memories of what that sounds like. But yeah, the crazy thing is that G-Fest has never shown these films before, ever.
No.
And it's kind of crazy. And not so much for Frankenstein Conquers the World. That one's a little bit, for as beloved as it is, it's not nearly at the cult level of Gargantua's. Gargantua's is what I would call a legitimate kaiju cult classic. It has a legitimate following, including people you never think would love that film. Celebrities love that film. So it people know War of the Gargantua.
Brad Pitt? Was it Brad Pitt?
Yeah, Brad Pitt is a big fan. Guillermo del Toro is a big fan. Guillermo del Toro loves kaiju in general. A lot of these folks love. Quentin Tarantino loves War of the Gargantuas. Like, it's one of those movies that comes up a lot, where it's like top 10 weird cult films that this Academy Award-winning director loves. It's like, okay,
You want to hear my hot take?
Sure.
I think Frankenstein is better.
I prefer it. I actually prefer that one.
I never seen that. I just wish I could have find that movie either on Bootlink or
you can buy it for you can buy Frankenstein. The Gargantua's DVD is stupid expensive, but you can get Frankenstein on Amazon for about $30. Last I checked.
It fluctuates from about $25 to $30. The Media Blasters DVD is absolutely worth owning. It's got 3 different cuts of the film, a pile of deleted scenes. I want to say it has an audio commentary from one of the who did the commentary, Nathan? I can't remember. It's Japanese commentary. I can't remember who did it.
Keep talking. I'll look it up if you really want to know.
Okay. Be sure to interrupt me loudly when you find out. So here's what I'll say about Gargantuas. The classic media DVD, again, that set is worth owning because it's Gargantuas. It's got both cuts. It has Rodan. It has that with both cuts, but it's got the great Bringing Godzilla Down to Size documentary too.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, War of the Gargantuas, they also have an international audio dub version.
They sure do.
Yes.
For the Japanese uncut.
It is. That one's not on the classic media DVD. That one was actually rather obscure up until a few years ago when it started showing up online and on television.
Even on HBO Max.
It's true.
Danny.
Yes. Nathan.
The commentary was by Sadamasa Arakawa. I forgot.
There it is. Thank you for the reminder.
Oh my gosh.
That's a heavy hitter. That was from the Japanese DVD. That was back when you could, like, Media Blasters was actively porting those bonus features over. So all that said, I am a huge I adore Frankenstein Conquers the World. It's one of my favorites.
Yep.
And
one of the great mysteries was which of the endings they were going to use, and they used the original theatrical Japanese ending. So no squid.
No
you mean no octopus.
No
octopi crawling on mountains as octopi are oft one to do.
Every day.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah. The other day I just saw one.
Although the funny thing was, I didn't remember until about 20 minutes into Gargantua. I was like, oh, wait, I'm going to hear the song on giant theater speakers. Oh, no.
It was beautiful. Everybody sang along to the words.
Actually, they did.
It was, and I was ready. And actually, I don't remember who I was. I was sitting next to Danielle, and I was sitting there. And as the sun starts to go down and that scene is coming up, I just kind of whispered 3, 2, 1, and then it cut to that scene before the music kicks in, and I heard groans all around me. I was like, "Oh no, not the words you stuck in my throat! Oh no!"
Wait till you hear that. Wait till you hear that, Brendan. That song is notorious.
What song?
There's a song in War of the Gargantuas. It's during a lounge scene, and boy howdy, this lady. I've told this story about, there was one time when I was younger, I was watching Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 74, and you have to understand, my mother is a singer with perfect pitch, and she has kind of ruined the movie slightly for me because the girl starts singing the King Caesar song, and my mom pokes her head in and says, "Why is that girl singing off key?" I am afraid I'm afraid to watch this movie in the same house as her because I think it might give her an aneurysm.
But with just one look into your eyes. Oh yeah. Somebody get out a lighter.
We use the flashlights on cell phones for that now.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
But that was the first double bill.
So that was the first double bill, and then, as is tradition, we went to Giordano's for dinner. I made sure to call ahead this time so we could save ourselves some time.
Yeah,
and good grief, how many people did we have there? You were there, Brendan.
I actually got there first before you guys.
Yes, you did, because you're a very punctual fella. I think we had like what 15 people. We took over one long table and then an adjacent smaller table. Like there was a gazillion of us there. And that's just in our little circle. There were other G-Fest attendees there too, because I saw lots of Godzilla shirts.
Yeah. And I think I bumped some fans there too. They said they watched my channel. Yeah. I mean, they're not too excited. I think I actually gave them one of my business cards if they wanted to subscribe and all.
Now, I will admit, I've gone to Giordano's for Thursday dinner every year that I've gone. That's why it's tradition. I will admit it's a little less special now because Giordano's has now opened a restaurant in Fort Wayne, so I don't have to drive all the way to Chicago. And there's one in Indianapolis, and I've been to that one too. So it's a little less special, but I always go because. So for those who don't know, it's I think they started in Chicago. I want to say they started in Chicago because it's supposed to be you go there to get real deal Chicago style pizza. That's about, if you get like the actual Chicago style, it's about an inch thick. Yeah.
It is a brick of pizza.
It is, yeah, for sure. It is a brick of pizza. I got a small. I could only eat half of it, and I'd already had an appetizer and regretted it because I was overstuffed really for about 24 hours. I basically skipped breakfast and barely had anything for lunch the next day, and then saved the other half for lunch later in the weekend. That's how much pizza that they give you. And then,
a lot of pizza.
Yeah. And then we returned to the Pickwick. This was the easiest time I had for parking. I don't know what voodoo we do that happened, but parking was pretty easy at the Pickwick this year, despite the music festival going on. So we went back to the Pickwick for the second double feature. So we had Godzilla vs. Destroya, which was my first time seeing it in a theater. Has anyone else seen it in a theater before? Was it played at G-Fest before, Danny?
Yeah, it was a few years ago. Okay. I don't recall what year, but it was there. And now I'm going to sit here and struggle to think if I actually saw it.
It had to have been before 2017 because I don't remember it being there before.
It was somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Teens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was that, followed by Terror of Mechagodzilla, even though they just played that a couple of years ago, but it's the anniversary, so they wanted to play it again. It was so this time was part of the double bill. The last time it was one of the standalone features, so it was at least a little bit different. I will admit, as usual, seeing these movies on the big screen does give me a little bit more appreciation for them. I have gone on record as saying I'm not sold on the Heisei movies aging as well as Showa or Millennium, but I will admit Destroya looked better on the big screen than I thought.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Yeah. Although the dinky special effects still look really dinky on the big screen, like the little Destroya models that just kind of like
you say
like scoot around in the background.
Yeah. I don't know if you can say that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Especially those CGI Destroyer things in the background with the live action props. And
I don't think I'd ever spotted the CGI Destroyers before. Isn't that wild? I don't think I've ever seen that. Go ahead, Donny.
No, last night I watched The Return of Godzilla and Godzilla vs. Biollante back to back, and I think they have aged beautifully.
No, those two I think have aged great. It's the 90s Heisei movies that I think struggle.
Maybe
that's a hot take too, but
I like before we saw Destroya on the Pickwick, I actually watched through the whole Heisei era films from The Return of Godzilla to Space Godzilla before Destroya at the Pickwick. I like to do those, so watch them in Saga. Like,
yeah,
I do that
this
too.
man came prepared.
That's called doing homework right there.
Yeah,
like
Kaiju.
Sure.
And I did watch Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, the original.
Again, he came prepared, but it's probably good Kim wasn't there because.
No, Kim.
I struggle watching Destroya.
Yeah.
I will cry.
It hurts.
Can we cry together?
Don't make me watch it. I can't do it.
It hurts. I think Daikaijuzilla's right. By the way, just gonna throw that out there.
Nate, it's okay
it's
to
okay
have
to
wrong
have the wrong
opinions.
opinions. Whatever.
And
Whatever.
Got 'em.
I guess Donnie, if and when you have me on growing up with Godzilla again, I guess I've got several options for my Godzilla hot takes.
and
I'm so excited to debate with them. Debate them with you.
and like whenever when we watch these classic films at the Pickwick, like wherever time Godzilla appears, everyone starts cheering like,
the Destroyer screening was by far the most ridiculous. It's like every time he comes on screen, he comes on screen, they're like, yay! I'm like, I thought we only did it the first time. What is going on?
I don't know. We watched Final Wars last year. Like, Kim, all of you remember.
I expected Final Wars to be ridiculous because
and the return of
Godzilla. To that. Yeah, but this one, they're like, yay, it's Godzilla. So great. Guys, once. The funniest thing that happened was you get poor Junior gets murdered by Destroyer, and then Godzilla shows up, and then somebody decided to start the new meme for this movie. And pardon my French, but he just shows up, Godzilla kick his ass. That just became a new running joke for the rest of the screen.
It was weird because some people were very vocally okay with Junior being murdered, and then some people, it was Kim, I swear, it happened. People were like, kill him. And then Junior was dropped, and there was cheering.
Yeah, I think that might have been because some friends of ours were trolling.
Well, yeah, but trolling is one thing, but this is one movie you just don't do that over. I'm sorry.
They would have met these hands, and
Donnie, I would have
fought somebody.
I don't often say this, but I really hope that the next day somebody peed in their Cheerios. I really hope.
Like, I'm just picturing like Kim's trying to do the chess talk about moving the queen. She says always like, queen's hand to your face.
It was a little stupid. One guy yelled during the actual meltdown. I don't remember what he said because I didn't care because of the rage boiling in my chest, but it was really stupid. I honestly go back and forth on whether I want to go watch these movies in the Pickwick because a lot of the time the crowd just messed up.
I would have been raging.
I will admit the crowds, despite some annoying moments like that, the crowds were not as wild this year as I was expecting.
They were pretty, I mean, aside from Destroy It, like Terror of Mechagodzilla, perfectly well behaved. I went to go see King of the Monsters. We'll get there. Some of us did. And I think that one worked out pretty fine. But for some reason, you know what? Maybe it's like I don't know. Maybe what if that movie just makes people uncomfortable and they were like, let's joke over it so we don't cry. I don't know. Whatever it was not okay. But
yeah.
Yeah, it was fine though. I'm happy to have seen it on the big screen. I think that movie really.
Did you guys talk about the people react of Terror of Mechagodzilla?
I was about to transition to Terror of Mechagodzilla. This was the second time I've seen it at the Pickwick. I've gone on record many times saying it was my first Godzilla film, remains one of my favorites to this day. So it is always a joy to see this on the big screen. I do think the crowd that saw it when it was shown a couple of years ago was a little bit more enthusiastic. Maybe some people are just a little tuckered out because they're like, this is my fourth movie today. But I was expecting a much bigger reaction when the best entrance ever for Godzilla came on screen. But
second best.
Oh, what's number one, Kim?
Oh.
Godzilla versus Biollante.
Okay, the volcano one is pretty nice. But...
So good. So good. So good.
So good.
So good. It's so good. Have I mentioned that it's so good? Because it is.
Very good.
I'll never get the one scene that people react to is Kasura surgery scene. Like,
actually, that didn't get. I was the reaction.
People didn't cheer. It was just like, oh.
Yeah, the reaction a couple years ago was more vocal than this time around. But
oh boy,
oh dear.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Well, anyway, moving
well,
on from that.
I was gonna say I don't have much to add. Nothing all that I don't remember anything all that interesting happening during that screening. But now we get to the big first day of G-Fest. And how many of your 12 hours was on day one, Danny?
5, actually.
5?
Five.
I had 3 the first day.
Oh my goodness. I don't even remember.
Because you and I are overachievers and have to work on our vacations.
This is my spoiler for the stream. I will never do this again. I will never do it again.
Not panel that much, you mean?
No. I will.
You're
panel.
still gonna panel.
I will panel. Is that a threat? That's like a threat.
I will
panel.
You have at least you have been Neil Reeby himself has given you and me the writers panel. You are locked in, sir.
I will not listen,
unless you are deathly ill or on your deathbed. You are coming.
I'm in. No. I will always do the writing stuff. I hope to do more of it. We'll get there. But yeah. There was a reason that I did a couple reasons I did as many panels as I did. We will get there. But yes, this was 4 panels. I did 4 panels, and one of them was 2 hours long.
I was gonna do a panel this year, but I kind of forgot, and then it was
next year, man. Next year.
Next year.
I know. Last year I only did 1 panel. Maybe next year, I'll do 5 panels.
Oh, dude, you don't know. You don't want to do that many. Ease yourself in. Don't do 5 in 1 year.
I'm just saying.
Hey, Nathan. Maybe if you're feeling spicy, put up Daiketsusilla's most recent comment.
Yeah, yes, I saw that.
And now everybody's seen it.
Yay.
Oh my gosh.
Also, we do have one new person in the chat. I don't know if this is the first comment or not, but there you go.
Allison, how's it
going?
there
you go. Yeah, there you go.
Coolest people.
Okay. So I had the writers panel and an hour after that, I had the Gamera 60th panel, which you were also on, Danny, as well as our friend Elijah and Nick Huber. I started my day off going to the new feature that they had at G-Fest this year, and I have heard through the grapevine they are coming back next year, because next year is the 60th anniversary, obviously, but Ultraman the Hero premiere. I was excited for this. And Dojo Studios generously donated some of their space to Hero Premiere so they could host this new event. And I am very grateful for what they did.
That was a last-minute surprise. Because, and this is way too long of a thing to get into here because it's been an hour. We're only on day 1, but crazy. So Tsuburaya over the last handful of years has been making tremendous, astounding, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening, progress on getting Ultraman out of being landlocked in Japan and Asia and just spreading him around the world. We've gotten so many home video releases. You can watch Ultraman for free in 1,000 places. And this year and last year, what they've really started doing is getting the live events to America, where you have the performers, and it's really Ultraman. It's Ultraman. Yeah,
I was telling somebody that when I was standing in line. It's like going to Disney World or Disneyland, and you see the performers going around in costume, and the unwritten rule is those are not actors. Those are the characters, and you must interact with them as if they are the characters.
You buy into it 110%. And it's like it's really magical, and I love this aspect of Ultraman because one of the unsung bits of genius that Eiji Tsuburaya and his team put into Ultraman was the fact that they made him a tangible hero, somebody who could exist in the real world and do these shows. Ultraman premiered before the show even went, on television.
As a stage show. Yeah, as a televised stage show. Yeah,
it was a stage show, so people saw that character, that costume, that character before he was ever in the show. And all these years later, the idea that a child can walk up to Ultraman and shake his hand. There's a beautiful picture from I don't remember how long ago this was. Maybe it could have been a 20-year-old picture for all I know. And it's a close-up of an Ultraman color timer. I think it's for Gaia. And it's just this tiny little child's hand reaching for it and gently touching the color timer. And that is one of the most beautiful pictures I've ever seen, because you can, hold your little one up to this hero and say, this is your hero, and he's really here. And that is a magical thing. And now that it's coming to America, only beautiful things can happen. Yeah, and I saw a lot of beautiful things this weekend because
I was gonna say, I felt like that was an aspect of the Ultraman experience that is it's a key facet of it in Japan that we've kind of been lacking. And now we've had the hero premiere. I know there's been some appearances at some other conventions, and we've got the actual Japanese stage show coming to America and Kaiju Kim's neck of the woods. So we're all going to be crashing at her place in November.
and I might just take you up on it, because I only did one Ultra thing the entire weekend. I didn't get to see any of the live shows because of all my panels. Broke my heart. But I did get to do one thing on the last day that we'll get to. But this is something I've been pulling for to come to the U.S. Not quietly. I'm obviously, I have no pull with this outside of talking about it, but just in my heart, I wanted to see this happen. I got the chance to see an Ultraman live experience in Tokyo in 2016, which was the 50th anniversary year. And it was the main Subaraya Ultra Fest that they put on. And I have a picture of me with Mebius somewhere, but I got to see these performers do their thing. All the Kaiju suits come out, and it was just, I don't know, dozens and dozens of Ultraman characters on stage and then forming a chain around the audience. And they were right behind me, and it was just right there. And it felt so real and so special. And I remember thinking to myself, I had to travel halfway around the world to see this. And I want everybody I know who loves this stuff to feel this way. And now it's happening in America.
Yeah. So to explain what this was, it was not a full-fledged stage show. I was thinking it might be. They had several things going on at once. They had this archway. I might want to start showing some of the pictures. Do I have a picture of the archway? Let me go.
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, I'm checking. Hold on.
Yes.
Yes, quite.
Yes, quite.
Further.
Yes.
Hold on a second.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, actually, I do. So I can do a little show and tell here. So this was the archway that led into it. So this is all the way in the back of the dojo studio.
Can you move it up a little bit? Because the
I can't.
scroll is covering it.
You can't move the banner.
I can take the banner off.
Ditch the banner. Yeah, just ditch the banner.
The banner off.
There we go. Now we can see it.
So you can see it a little bit better. So this was the archway that led into it, and they had a little stage with a screen set up. You can kind of see it there, set up in the back, and there were curtains on either side. So obviously that's a little place where the actors can go back and change and things like that. And then over to the right was a table setup where you could meet Hiroko Sakurai, who was basically a guest of this event and not technically G-Fest. It was a little strange. It's like a bit of a partition there. And then over to the left was a table set up that was selling the Ultraman card game, because they've been pushing that hard. There's some statues of some Ultraman characters in the background there, and they had a statue of the original Ultraman set up where you could go over and take pictures with it. So it was a whole little experience. And then on the stage, they would have some of the characters. You have to understand, these are not high-end cosplays. These are the screen suits, and which they also use on stage. So when you were there and you were meeting these characters, as far as I know, those are the suits that you see on screen when you watch the show.
I think I actually met someone in the original Ultraman suit. I was going up to meet and greet, and I took a photo of him, and I did the pose of what Ultraman did.
The Specimen Beam pose. So they would bring them out on stage, and they would do photo ops with people. And this was all free, by the way. And on some occasions, they would do a stage fight. So they would bring out an Ultraman and then a Kaiju, or if if it was Ultraman Zero and Belial or Belial, whichever pronunciation you prefer, it's an actual supervillain. And what astonished me was that not only did they have to remember fight choreography and do it on stage, but it was a complete experience. They had an MC that was introducing everything, and they would play pre-recorded music and sound effects, and they would have to remember the choreography and coordinate it with the sound effects. So, like, if Zero is punching Belial in the chest, he has to time that with the sound effect. And on the screen, they would occasionally do some special effects. So there's video of Ultraman, the original Ultraman, fighting Jaras floating around. The way that ends is he does the Specium beam to Jaras. So this performer has to station himself at just the right spot on the screen where if you're looking at it straight on, it looks like he's firing the Specium beam. It's amazing. I was like, the level of coordination this requires for something that seems relatively simple on paper just blew my mind.
It's beautiful. They use the screens in Japan too for those shows. The one that I saw used the screens, and if you're looking at it from the right perspective, it is charmingly effective and very, very cool to see.
Okay. I owe somebody an apology. I just realized there's someone else here, and I don't know how long he's been sitting there watching us. I feel so bad right now, but hi, Neil.
No way,
Neil.
I should have said it. I should have set this up so that when somebody enters backstage, that it plays a sound.
Neil,
I am so sorry, Neil. How long have you been sitting there?
Oh, I just got here.
Okay.
Oh,
That makes me
Neil,
feel better.
I'm glad you came on because I have something I want to show you. I already showed it to the gang.
Oh,
and-
you got the younger there?
Yep.
Oh,
I do.
that's can't really see too loud your earbud. There he is. Oh, look at that. Very nice.
Yep.
Yep, Youngary definitely approves.
Uh,
And weren't you gonna do an unboxing of your figure?
yeah. Yeah. The play set that I got from the dealer's room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did an unboxing video of that. If you want to check that out.
Neil, you need to buy it.
Oh goodness. Well,
Do yourself a favor and buy it.
That'll be more of a reality then.
it's an expensive toy.
Yeah, it is, but I would say if you're younger, it's totally worth it. But
Hey Nathan, can you
What?
put that picture? Could you put that picture up again?
okay, hold on. Let me do the screen share here again.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Would you say that this is an Ultraman arc?
Oh,
You can take the photo down now. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
yeah.
Thank
How
you.
long you been sitting on that joke?
About 16, 17 minutes. But who's counting?
Yeah. So I do want to play. I've got some
Oh,
photos from meeting some of the characters. What I would really love to do is I got video of the Zero and Belial fight that I would love to show you guys, because for some odd reason I haven't seen that floating around the internet, but I've been seeing Jaras and Ultraman quite a bit. But they did some other ones too. I think they did Ultraman and Baltan while that was going on. And I'm trying to remember all the characters that they had there. Because what was crazy is there were some who were on the schedule and then some just made surprise appearances. It was wild. But I know they had original Ultraman, they had Zero, Arc, Omega surprisingly was there, even though I kind of thought he would be there because he's on the current Ultraman show. They had Pigmon, who didn't die, Baltan, Jaras, Jamila, Belial. I think that's everybody.
Pigmon.
I mentioned Pigmon.
Well, I didn't hear that part.
Okay, sorry.
What are you apologizing for? I was the one who missed it.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
So I think that's about every. I met Jaras, original Ultraman, Pigmon. I saw Baltan. I was not able to get a picture with him. Zero, Belial. I think that's everybody. And I met Hiroko Sakurai. She was the first autograph I got.
Isn't she charming?
She is.
Isn't she wonderful?
Yeah, for those who don't know, she was in Ultra Q first, but she's most famously was in the original Ultraman as Fuji.
Yes, and Ultra's in Ultra 7 too, in one
She
episode.
was? Oh
Yeah,
yeah, one episode.
It's the band episode, so she.
Oh,
I forget.
Guys, and I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't know much about Ultraman because I never watched the series.
you should. You would have a good time.
You would very much like-
You'll recognize a bunch of the monsters because they reuse some of the Godzilla monster suits. In fact, they literally
Jiras.
reuse Godzilla as Jiras. It's funny.
Yeah, I actually have a model statue of Jiras right over there. That's behind the camera.
Yeah.
I tell you what, since
That I
we're
got
here,
from G-Fest last year.
Mm-hmm.
since we're here talking about Ultraman, I think we should. You shared some of your stuff? I think we should go around, and if we had any interactions with the Ultra stuff, I think we should tell those stories now. I think we should go. For
Okay.
it. I think we should go.
Okay.
For it.
Well, like I said, I met Hiroko Sakurai, and I met all of those characters. I'll play the video once everybody has a turn going around. So, or we could let Neil kind of catch up if he wants to tell us, about getting to G-Fest and what he was doing on Thursday, because that's how we started.
That's true.
First of all, it was probably going to repeat because I was with you guys watching the movies.
Okay. And did you go to Giordano's with us?
Yes, I did. I was
Okay,
there.
that's right. Yeah, you're like one of the 15 people. What was your trip like there? That was how we started.
Oh, well, actually, it was surprisingly slick, because usually I come down Highway 14 from Wisconsin into Illinois, so that way I just deal with country traffic and small town traffic, but usually it takes like about 4 hours. So I thought, oh, heck with this. I said, go ahead and take the highway. Now, what's scary about the highway is that when you get down to where the airport and the convention center is, you got all the at least 3 major highways are interchanging. So you got this maze of like on and off ramps. And if you like take the wrong one, you can find yourself like in Indiana or Iowa or someplace other than at the Hyatt. But I thought, this year I'm going to just brave it. So I went and studied the map real close, got my notes with down there. And now I regretted all those years coming down Highway 14. So I got there at the Hyatt in about 2 hours. It was just like that. Real slick.
Okay, yeah. So you only took 2 hours. And we started with this. What was your first G-Fest and how many G-Fests have you been to?
Oh, I have to take my shoes off.
the long sigh with
Because I
Pleasant
was there for
Road
the first
there.
one back in 1995.
You were at the first one? The first public one?
Wow.
I'm not the
God
Kaiju
dang,
Kaiju
thought
for nothing.
Neil,
thought
you're kidding us. You're messing with us. Right?
No, I was there.
I thought Danny was our
had more hair in his
G-Fest
head.
veteran. Jeez.
We were all much younger back then.
So have you been there every year since then?
No, I haven't been there every year. There's one year I missed it out of pure embarrassment. I got the weekends mixed up, and I was noticing people were talking about G-Fest, and all the social media. Is like, well, why do you guys talk about G-Fest? It is until next weekend. And luckily, I before I started driving down to Chicago, I double checked the dates and realized, oh shoot, that was last weekend.
Oh no!
I don't know how I screwed that up, but I did.
I felt bad for you, Neil.
So you've only missed one.
Well, I missed more than that because for a while there, with cash supply and stuff, I was kind of going every other year to kind of save money.
Okay.
But then slowly but surely, especially after I started the writers panel, then I've been going every single year without missing.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was in 2012.
Well, 2012, yeah.
I was gonna say you've gone every year since I started going.
Yeah, and then I missed a couple because they were like, not in Chicago. Like there was like, there was 2 years there in LA, and I was at one of those.
Yeah.
In LA.
There was a couple of years where it was in LA, but they've mostly been in Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, now maybe you guys already know this, but I don't know how the listeners know this. But yeah, the first G-Fest, of course, was called G-Con back in 1995, and it was held in Arlington Heights at the Radisson. It was a much smaller place, and that's where I got a chance to see Gamera Guardian of the Universe and Zeram 2.
Ooh,
Oh, they played Zerum there? Wow.
that's cool.
That is cool. Anyway, so we were going to go around and talk about interactions with all the Ultraman stuff. So I've shared mine. Danny, do you want to go next, or should we just go around in order?
Let's go around. Kim, did you have any Ultra stuff that you got to do?
I didn't do a whole lot. I walked around the room a little bit. I took a picture next to the Ultraman statue, but that's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
That was mine too. That was kind of mine too.
But luckily, I got a picture with the guy in the actual Ultraman suit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Were you able to get? Yeah. Were you able to get over there, Neil?
Yeah, I was over that guy Hiroko's autograph. But one thing I didn't know until this is really sad until after I was watching Roger's videos or some of my friends on Facebook. They had a little mini Ultraman show there. I was like, I didn't know that, and so I missed all that really good stuff they had going on. So I was a little disappointed about that. But otherwise, well, there's one thing though, as far as Ultraman related. My one item that I bought in the dealer's room. Well, actually, I bought this.
That is so cool, Jaros.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were saying, Neil?
So I said I did get a figure here of Annie Yuri. Tim Bean there in his autograph room. He always has some really neat Ultraman stuff. Remember last year, Nathan? I think it was last year we got some other Ultraman monsters there from Ultraman Powered.
Yes. In the
Autograph room.
Autograph room, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't have him here. I guess my guy must be in the other room. But and you got that really cool looking Red King, and I think Danny, you got something.
I did get something. I got a powered critter. I want to say it was Vanilla. Is that right? I don't remember. I'll go ask him. It is. Yep. Yeah, there was some good stuff. And hey, Powered got announced at G-Fest this year for
yes. Oh my gosh, we're getting so many releases. We're getting so many new releases, including stuff I never thought we'd get. We're getting Powered and Great, the Australian show too. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I still got like one more thing I could probably throw in there. Although this didn't happen this G-Fest, but the first G-Fest that Hiroko showed up, I was able to go to sort of the after party dinner, with the guests. And I don't know why, but she just gave me a big hug when I was down there. So that was like my biggest Ultraman moment. I got a chance to hug Fuji.
Yeah. Here's my picture. Here's my picture of Miss Sakurai. So my first autograph of the day. So that is my old DVD, that original complete DVD set from was it BCI? I think
Mill Creek.
Was it Mill Creek? Yeah, BCI did half of it, and then Mill Creek picked it up and finished it. So it's the original Mill Creek DVD. Normally, I'm a kind of a practical collector. Once I upgrade, I would do away with the old stuff. But now I have an excuse to keep this because it's autographed by Miss Sakurai.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see. These are those releases here. The original BCI Eclipse versions, and mine got signed by Sakurai-san in 2016. And so I've since replaced them, but I will never get rid of these because she signed them for me.
Yep. I also think because I noticed when I got the signature, because I made the mistake of not taking the insert out, and so it would be under the plastic of the case. So I think I noticed that there was a smudge on it, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not me. So I'm wondering if I got a piece of her fingerprint.
Well, there's only ethical things can come from that, like cloning Hiroko Sakurai.
You can clone from a fingerprint?
You can't. You can't. Yeah. If she ever commits a crime, then you've got the dirt. You've got the fingerprints.
Oh my gosh!
But I don't think she'd do that because she's too sweet.
Yeah, she is too sweet. So, Danny, what sort of interactions did you have?
I didn't get a chance to do a ding darn ultra thing until Sunday. I didn't get to see any of the stage shows, but I heard them happening behind me during several of the panels. But on the
they were loud.
They were very loud. On the last day, though, this might not show up. Alien Bolton. I got to meet the coolest guy, and it was amazing. He came out on stage, and as you were saying, Nate, they piped in the sound, so it was just.
Oh, they did have this. I was wondering how are they going to do the laugh?
Oh, they piped it in beautifully, and he mimed to the whole thing. And it was really quite great. Honestly though, the best ultra thing that happened with me the whole weekend because again I missed everything. I missed Ben Ferrugia's interview. I missed all this. I didn't get to see him tap dance live. He tap danced.
Oh my gosh! I need to see the video of that panel now.
It's out there. I need to watch it. I know that our friend Roger on Facebook.
Roger Wyatt. Yep.
Roger Wyatt. Love him.
Yeah. Go to his Facebook.
I got to. He was one of my roommates that weekend.
I got the coolest thing that happened to me, the most lovely thing that happened to me, and I'll see if I can find a shot here. Was if Danielle's still watching, she probably knows exactly what I'm going to say. There was this family in line in front of us, with this little girl. She was 4 years old, and yes, there it is, Ultra Girl. Thanks, Danielle. She was Ultra Girl, and she was 4 years old. She was just the cutest little peanut you can imagine, and her life was made. She was dressed as Ultraman Tiga. She had a mask.
I think I saw her.
You probably saw her because she went around and showed everybody how to do the Specium Beam pose. She showed me how to do the Bolton laugh right. 4 years old. And then she's got a mask on here. So this is, I don't know if that'll show up, but that's her. There it goes. There it goes. How she made my whole weekend. Because she asked to take a picture with us. Like, it was wonderful. We ran into her and her mom and her dad a few more times throughout the weekend. And it was, I'm small. It was just the sweetest thing. She was so into it. She was completely focused on it. And she got to go up and she met Ben Ferrugia, and Ben Ferrugia was apparently very sweet to her. I sat and had a conversation with her mom for probably half hour, 45 minutes. And just her complete sweetness and passion and just wonder at being able to meet these heroes. This is what I was talking about with that photo of reaching for the color timer. This was that in practice. And it was just personified in this amazing little person who was just having the time of her life. And I got my picture taken with Bolton. It's pretty cool. I've done all kinds of cool Ultra things in my life, but this was a weekend highlight, was getting to see how happy she was. I
have to ask,
my heart.
when she met Ferrugia-san, did he inspect her Specium Beam pose?
I was not there for that, so I cannot tell you. But
because that's Ben Ferrugia's thing. Whenever he poses for a picture with him, he inspects the pose.
Yes, my instinct is that he probably did, and then she taught me how to do it because he taught her. So he probably inspired her to teach her how to do it, or not, because she had the Bolton. She was having me turn my hands a certain direction so that it would mimic the pincers, and I had to hold my shoulders at just the right angle. And it was like she was into it, and it was like a whole thing. I got down like on my knees, and she like pointed at my hands and had me do it right. It was wonderful. It was just wonderful. Yeah, that little girl made my weekend.
That is going to be my kids if I ever have any.
The Ultra kids, Ultra girl for the win. Ultra girl for the win. All right, so since we're on the subject of this, I'm going to try to get it set up here. Hopefully my computer cooperates, but I'm going to try to show the Zero and Belial fight, so you get an idea. Obviously the Jiras and Ultraman fight's been circulating on the socials, including by on official channels. There we go. Dang it will not play the audio.
Rude.
That's probably for the best. You might get a copyright strike.
Yeah, we don't want to worry about copyright.
We don't want that.
We can it might be better to just maybe try to watch it.
Maybe drop like a link or something.
I haven't uploaded it. I haven't uploaded it yet.
Oh, okay.
But I'll play it for at least a little bit so you can at least see the sort of stuff that they were doing. So there we go, right there. So I'll hit play, and I'll just let me see. Yeah, because you guys aren't gonna hear it.
This video marked safe from Subaraya Productions bots.
Yeah, so let me just kind of skip ahead here a little bit, because this is when they're doing the character introductions.
Mm-hmm.
So this is for Belial.
This makes for great radio, by the way.
Yes, it makes for great radio. We're gonna have to talk over it, unfortunately. So yeah, so you say they come running in from backstage.
Wow, look at him go!
Yeah, I will upload this video either to YouTube or I'll probably put it on Drive so you guys can get the sound too, because it was a full show.
Yeah, full
with
thing.
Music and everything. It felt like watching a wrestling match, to be honest. So here comes Zero. He comes in.
Zero comes out, and he stands right in the exact middle.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
See what I mean by like they have to coordinate this with the background too.
Look at the stance on that. Like these guys are no joke, and he's got the bit of that cockiness. You know, he's got his peace signs.
He's playing to the crowd. Look at this. He's Hulk Hogan.
That's very much Zero's body language. This guy, whoever is in that costume, surely has done this innumerable times. Yeah, and knows the body language. And the gentleman who's doing Belial here is also like, he has the arched shoulders, and he just did a complete twirl. Yeah, like this guy's going crazy. Yeah, and again,
and Belial has a bit of a hunched stance, which is actually I heard the director of the first Ghost Rider movie actually say that you'll see that in a lot of classical art depictions of the devil, because the idea is that the devil's fall from heaven was literal, so he hits the ground and it messes up his back.
Wow. Look at him go.
Yeah, look at this. So he's playing to the crowd, getting some heat. Like at this point, people are booing him. Like we are all angry. We are booing this guy because he's
beating up Ultraman Zero here.
Beating up Zero there. And now everyone is cheering for Zero. So again, it's like Hulk Hogan. So now he's gonna Hulk up here. Belial goes over to the side. So they know exactly what they're doing because the background is tailored to. It's like, okay, this is the part where they're going to start cheering for Zero.
Look at them.
We're coming off stage. Look at this.
Oh yeah. And then they roll onto the stage.
Roll back onto the stage.
The athleticism here.
At this point, they're playing Zero's theme song.
Ooh. Zero.
Yep.
Zero. I know.
Now, watch when we get to the end right here, and you'll see what they have to. Again, they have to choreograph with the screen.
Wait for it.
Yep, a beam clash. So they have to stand in just the right position, so it looks like they're actually firing the beams.
He even closed the curtain dramatically.
Yeah.
What a diva, man!
I love that.
I wish you guys could have the song. Could have the sound, because man, people were getting into this.
What a ham!
Yeah. So then he goes over here and he talks with the MC, and she says, "Wait, can you tell us about your win?"
Yep, that's very wrestling. That's great.
Because they don't talk. That's the thing. Everything's body language. There's a little bit of voice in the pre-recorded sound effects, but it is almost entirely body language. It's amazing.
It's tremendous what's able to be created here. I completely believe that this is a hero from the Land of Light, right? Like you can't help but suspend your disbelief looking at something like this.
Oh yeah, and then they say, "Hey, let's bring Belial back out," and he makes his shadow look really big on the screen. Then they go over to a little stare down, and the MC is trying to get him to stop, which is just really funny. And then she says, "Hey, you guys want to get pictures with them?" So yeah. So after that, everyone went over and got pictures.
He's got a chair.
He's got a chair.
Oh my god!
Enough is enough, man.
Yeah, let me see. I did. Me and my friends Chris, Rose, and Jake. We all got up because they came in right at the end. And come on, there we go. So I'll show you the picture I got with them afterward, really quick here. This was one of several that we took. I don't know if this is the best one, but there you go. What made me a little sad was people were not going over to see Belial. They were giving Zero a bunch of attention. I'm like, well, that's not fair. I get it. He's the bad guy. But I went over and like shook his hand and patted him on the shoulder. You know, it's kind of a little bit of a meta kind of congratulations. Like, you put on a great show, man. You know?
Yeah. You'll defeat the forces of evil next time. It's okay. Later.
Good. Let the hate flow through you. Your skill is no match for the power of the dark side.
Who let Palpatine?
You are a little too good at that.
That's really good.
You are a little too good.
You have done well, Lord Vader.
Oh my gosh.
And
And this
Disney
suddenly became a Star Wars podcast. All right, so let's go back to Friday. Danny, when was your first panel on Friday?
I don't know.
Is that the
It
registry?
was
What was your first panel on Friday? Was it Hayashia? Was it Hayashia?
Yeah, no, it was, okay. All kidding aside, it was 11 a.m. and it was a panel that I pitched that I didn't think it would go through, but I'm so glad it did. Maybe more than any panel that I pitched. I was happy to do this, and Elijah was absolutely like, I want to say he pitched it too, so we had like the double whammy going on. And he was my co-host on this, and it was the Kaiju filmography of Shinpei Hayashia.
That's what I figured.
And yeah. I won't get too much into it here. That panel has been recorded. There are plans for it to at some point in the future. But in a nutshell, for anybody who doesn't know that name, Shinpei Hayashia is probably best known for the fan film Gamera 4 Truth. He's the guy who did that, but he's also the guy who did Deep Sea Monster Raigo, Deep Sea Monster Raiga, and Raiga versus Oga, and then just recently did War of the Ninja Monsters, Jaron versus Gora, all independently produced, small scale, passionately made, kaiju films that are very much influenced by him growing up during the Showa era, and also by his love of wrestling and his love of comedy. He is a revered Rakugo comedy master in Japan, and his films are very comedic as a result. I have had a deep love for this guy's work forever. Something about what he does and the passion behind it just gets me in the heart. I love this guy. Yeah. And I've met him before. He was at G-Fest 11 years ago. It's been a minute. And I got to meet him there. He had his own panel. It was great. But last year, I had the incredible honor of co-hosting, writing, researching the works, and audio commentary for SRS Cinema's Blu-ray release of War of the Ninja Monsters. And
really,
yes, it was a tremendous honor to get to do that. The Blu-ray is still available. It's about 55 minutes. It's a wonderful little watch. So I recommend it. And if you ever want to watch it and listen to me gab over it with Elijah, and learn some stuff about Japanese traditional comedy and mythology and stuff like that, and the making of movies and all that good stuff, watch it. And listen to the commentary. It was a dream come true to get to do that and to celebrate him. And we got to do basically the same thing at this panel. We got to do some kaiju myth busting. There's a movie that's traditionally credited to him as the director that Elijah discovered. Full credit to him. Elijah discovered, no, he didn't make it. It wasn't him. He was involved, but he didn't make it. So we had some real discoveries that we were able to put into this. But we were also, again, credit 100% to Elijah. We were able to get Hayashia-san involved with the panel to the point where he recorded a message. And we played that during the panel. And I've seen a few comments online saying that was a real highlight, which was really cool. And the best part was after we went through his filmography and talked about the future, because he is planning on doing a Jaron versus Gora sequel, which he was not originally, but you can't make this stuff up, folks. He got the Blu-ray and listened to the commentary Elijah and I did, told us that it was the best commentary he ever heard, and then shortly thereafter announced that he was writing a script for a sequel.
Wow! So it's all because of you two.
I don't know about that, but like in the most humble way possible, it might be. I don't know. Kind of crazy. So my main goal with this is to keep showing Hayashiya that he has a fan base and people who care about him outside of Japan. And this is the guy who, to make War of the Ninja Monsters, he sold a 30, 40 year strong Godzilla kaiju toy collection. He was famous for his collection. He sold it to make this movie. Amazing. And I think that deserves support. So the last thing we did, and this was again Elijah's idea, he held up his phone, he turned it to the crowd, and we said, just cheer for Hayashiya, let him know you love him. And it was almost a full minute of just people hooping and hollering and pumping their fists and cheering for him. And it was magical. I almost teared up because I really respect this guy. And that video, if it hasn't been sent to him, will be sent soon. And if that doesn't encourage this guy to keep following his dreams and making monster films, then I don't know what will. But it was a really special panel to do.
Yeah, that was one of the few panels I was able to find time to actually sit down and just watch for a little bit. So I participated in that little appreciation video, and I was glad I was there. Also, note to self: have Danny on all of my Hayashiya episodes.
I might do that. I might be down for that. We'll see.
Well, the problem is if he keeps cranking them out, I'm going to have to start making decisions.
I mean, at this rate, you've basically only got 4 that you can do because his 2 Godzilla fan films, including the one he didn't technically direct, are unavailable. That's not entirely true. I can't say too much yet, but Elijah and I discovered something that we'll talk about another time.
We'll talk about it another time.
4 minutes.
So that was your first panel. Then the next one was the writers panel, correct?
Next one was the writers panel.
Okay, all right. We'll get. I want to make sure I cover everything. So Donny, you just got there before the writers panel. Neil, what did you do on Friday before the writers panel?
Oh, try to get all the chairs and tables we needed for the room.
Well, yeah.
Neil,
move. The unsung hero.
Get that room all set so we can use it. I was at the Hayashiya panel. What?
It was such a small room. It was such a small room.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
It was a shoebox.
But before we get to the writers panel, Brendan, what did you do first thing on Friday?
Actually, well, first I went to the dealer's room first, and
oh my gosh, you got through that line? Dang.
Yeah, I went there early in the morning, and I was afraid it was going to be a long line. But yeah, there's definitely a long line there.
There were people standing in line to go to the dealer hall at 2:00 in the morning the night before. Because at the end of that day, because Chris and Jake and I were there, it was like, we have to do some recording while we're here. So we went to what became the writers panel room and recorded an episode of Henshin Power V3. And as I'm taking stuff back up, there are already people waiting in line to get to the dealer hall. I was like, really, guys? And I was like, yeah, we've been here for 4 hours. And I'm like, what is this? Phantom Menace at midnight? Which sounds like a band name or an album title, but so congratulations, you got through it.
Yeah, and then I met some other friends there in the dealer's room, and some of them we know, and yeah, it was great on the first day.
That's awesome. I'm glad you got in. I didn't get into the dealer's room day one.
I think I got in. I think I got in briefly because I needed to go in there and get some stuff from Jay Key of Toku Toy Town, because I bought because Jay's ridiculous and I don't know how he stays in business. He's far too generous with people. But I needed to get a couple of things from him because I got them for Jake and Chris, my co-hosts. So let's talk about that writers panel. So it was this was an experiment, and this was not our idea. Neil, you were contacted last year after G-Fest, and they said, hey, next year, do you want to do something like the model, or what is it, the modeler's block or whatever they call it?
Yeah, like there's some of these activities have a room that they can just do stuff in all day long. The modeler's one is probably the most popular one. And I think also like the Dojo Studios being one that would be considered something like that. But anyway, so Jeff Horn, pitched the idea to me. And I thought, oh, okay, that's fine. We'll give this a shot. And so then I talked to, you and Danny about it, and you guys were game. And so I got back to him and said, yeah, sure, let's do this.
Yeah. So basically what ended up happening is that we had a separate panel and seminar from the regular panels. The writers panel was expanded from 1 hour to 2, which was something we were, I think that we would have just been happy with having a 2-hour writers panel, but they're like, how about you doing a whole seminar? We're like, okay. So basically on Friday, we had the 2-hour writers panel, and our panel consisted of actually 4 people in this call: myself, Danny, Donny, Neil, and then we also had John LeMay, and kind of at the last second, because we weren't sure Neil was going to be there, so I needed a replacement. So I got a hold of Christopher Nigro, the publisher for Wild Hunt Press, because I wanted somebody who could be there to offer an editor/publisher's perspective on things. So he was able to come, but since Neil was able to make it, we're like, well, I guess we're just going to have 6 people.
And that was the way to go.
We made it work.
That was the way to go.
Yeah, we had to get extra chairs and a bigger table. No, we didn't need another table. We just needed to get extra chairs. But we did have to get a bigger table.
They only gave us 1 table, even though they knew it was going to be at least 5 people there. They had 1 table and 2 chairs. It's like, that's not 5.
Yeah,
then we had big gaps where the attendees would sit, and so. But I got it all straightened out. I mean, that was a story in itself, how that got straightened out so quick and easily.
Yeah. Credit to Peyton Lees for managing all of this, because man,
she probably wanted to throw her phone out a window after the first day.
I bet she did.
Yeah, seriously.
Running an event like this is not easy. I was concerned that we were not going to have the space, because I do remember in years past when we've done the regular writers panel that we would have, I think one year we had almost 50 people.
We had a lot of people. I think we
had a lot of people.
Last year we had close to 100 people in the room.
That room was packed.
It was really packed.
We did. To my surprise, we did not completely pack out the room, but we still had a fair amount of people who were there for the 2-hour writers panel.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that went great. So, the traditional Q&A, and we figured not everybody would come back the next day for the seminar, but we still had pretty good turnout.
I think we had more people at the first one than we did at the actual panel on Friday. Absolutely. I was very surprised.
Yeah, but we'll get to that when we get to day 2. So we did the writers panel, and then I had an hour to kind of kill. And then Danny, I don't know if you had something before this, but the next thing on my list was the Gamera 60th panel that you, me, Elijah,
Gamera to 60.
Yeah, you, me, Elijah, and Nick Huber did that one.
Well, we can't move on from the writers panel without me mentioning one very specific thing, sir. Very, very specific thing.
Yes, I am so sorry.
Yes,
your big announcement.
Yes, my big announcement, which I haven't actually done like a solid social media reveal for yet. So this is kind of the first time it's hitting the internet. But gosh, I've been waiting a long time to do this. Shameless self-promotion.
Woo!
Yeah, so as it turns out, I wrote a book. Somebody let me do that. Isn't that crazy? I have a Godzilla book coming out. A nonfiction book. Kind of crazy. Kind of can't believe it's happening, but there it is. Elijah was kind enough to design these flyers for me, and I have a few of them still with me, but yes, this is a whole big long story that I'll have to explain in detail another time. But
I will. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to interview you on the podcast about this.
Oh, I'm counting on it. Yes.
Quite.
But yes, quite. But yes, this was my big thing. This has been in the works for a very, very long time, and I was finally able to talk about it. But yes, for the first time, most of my stuff is online. It's digital. It's articles. It's the GNP. But this time next year, when we do the writer panel again, I will have a nice physical hardcover 224 some odd page book to pitch. It's called G Cinema, an exploration and celebration of Japan's Monster King. So it's a book. I won't get too much into it. I don't want to derail too much, but there are a lot of I don't know. I love a good Godzilla book, and there are a lot of books out there that are how books. I wanted to write a why book. I wanted to write a book about why Godzilla is so special. Why is he the way he is? And in order to do that, you have to talk history, you have to talk culture, and you have to talk why we love him so much. And so I somehow managed to do that in less than 100,000 words. Herculean for me. I am a long-winded fool. But this book will be out from Font Hill Media in the UK in February of next year. So we're getting close. It'll be available through Barnes & Noble. Wherever good books are sold, you can order it through them, and obviously Amazon. But
Danny, did you have a hand in picking that time frame for release? Because that is both your birthday and the anniversary of the GNP.
And it's also on my birthday too.
That's right.
There you
That's
go.
right. I did not have a hand in that. That is completely fate. That's a higher power at work there. That was when they told me February, I about flipped out because I thought, you know what? That's kind of perfect. That's a birth month. That is the anniversary of this thing that helped me get where I am. So a book that I wrote. It's happening. I can't believe it.
I will admit I'm slightly jealous. I know that there was a brief time anyway where you and I were talking about doing this together, but I am very proud of you for taking the initiative and making this happen.
Thank you. We've had a couple of chats about books over and on again, off again. That's what I'm trying to say. I can write, but I can't talk. It happened again. Long story we won't get into here. The publisher approached me about this.
Really?
Yes, I didn't have to pitch a darn thing. They came to me. They like what I did.
You lucky punk. You realize that?
I know.
That's amazing. And that's a rare thing to have happen too.
Very rare. I couldn't believe it. I had to, after I picked my jaw up off the floor, I had to make sure everything was on the up and up. I'm like, there's no way. And turns out there is a way. And these guys are legit. They're a wonderful business. I have a handful of their books. They're great. And they wanted me to do this for them. And so I did. And I still kind of can't believe it. But I wrote a book.
Well, it's well deserved.
Thank you
very much.
And we will sing your praises with you because
bless you guys. Thank you. Thank you for that. I've got a support system that most people would kill for. I really do. You guys are great. And I tell you what, I say it in the book a little bit, but there's a fair chunk of all of you in it because of how much you inspire me. You guys are my very good friends. You guys have believed in me forever since I've started doing writing in the community. And something like this doesn't come out of my head without the cool people around me who believe I can do it. You fools.
I was I was the first person to interview you.
This is your fault, Marchland. This is your fault.
Marchland.
There's a story behind that.
There's a story, but I've derailed us enough. We're still on day one.
All right. So unless you had something between panels, we can talk a little bit about Gamera's 60th.
So
to my surprise, maybe it's because it was a panel on the first day, but I had more people talk to me during the weekend about outside of the writers panel. That was the one I had the most people come talk to me about for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I did have a panel between. Briefly, there was a schedule shakeup. The original Friday at 3 p.m. slot was supposed to go to the awesome folks at the Kaiju Kingdom podcast. They had a live show. And unfortunately, they were not able to make not just the panel, but they were unable to make the con this year. And I want to say maybe a couple weeks before things were locked in, maybe less than 2 weeks, maybe a week and a half.
Yeah, just a second, Danny. Hi, Zim. Great to see you.
Hey, man. How's it going? But very, very quickly, they needed somebody to fill in the gap. And one thing that I will say about the panels, I do not envy Martin Arlt, who does the panel selections and all the work on that stuff, because he has to go through so many submissions and try to make it all fit into 3 days of programming.
They need to go back to 3 panels at a time.
Maybe, but he has a tremendous amount of work that he does. He is a superhero when it comes to this stuff. So all of the shuffling and all of this stuff there's just some stuff that doesn't get in, right? For example, this year we had a couple of anniversaries that didn't get panels, like Monster Zero turned 60, no panel. And there was no Destroya panel for the 30th, but I had pitched one and a couple of other folks had pitched one.
I'm amazed they didn't pick that one. They didn't pick those up. Usually usually the film anniversaries are shoe-ins.
Wait a minute. I think they already did a Destroya panel this year.
I was on it.
Yeah.
So they contacted me and the other people that put in a submission for the Destroya panel, and they said, hey, the Kaiju Kingdom panel isn't happening. We want to slot Destroya in. Would you guys be interested in doing it? And I was like, sure, why not? So I have no one to blame but myself. But it was a last minute thing. I added it to my to-do list. I figured it's right after the writers panel. It's from here on out, every one of these panels I do, I can now plug the book, right?
Yeah.
So that was one of my secret reasons for doing as many panels as I did, so I could name drop the book. It's the best place to do it.
Yeah. You know what I found out, you know how a new thing that they tried this year, and I'm going to be curious to see if they do it again next year, is they offered discounted tickets to panelists. Well, I found out that we went overboard, Danny. We went way overboard. If you did one panel, it was 50% off. If you did two, you got in for free.
Don't we feel foolish?
Panelist is
I was like, sir, I did 9 hours of programming. Danny did 12. You should pay us.
I mean, I got in for free.
I want a gift certificate to the dealer hall at this point.
I need to talk to my manager because I didn't even know about this.
I was going to say, you should be getting something, sir. Something. It's got to happen. But the Destroya panel went well. Not much to talk about there. We talked about the history of the movie. We jumped around and talked about just about everything. A little bit of everything on that one. And then I had to run from that one. I literally had no break. From 1 p.m. to 5, I was paneling. I did the 2-hour writer panel, left that a little early, ran up to Destroya. I was about 30 seconds late. They started without me. And then I got to the end of that one. And then at 4 p.m. was Gamera. So I ran to the other ballroom for that.
Yeah.
So
we had to do a little
heavily into the microphone. That's why.
Yeah, we had to do a little bit of coordination on that because there was some confusion as to what we would be talking about. I was like, is it a franchise overview? Is it about the first movie? And after a little bit of discussion and thankfully some coordination from Elijah, we decided that we would talk about the origin, because I looked at what the panel description said, because I tried pitching I think a Guardian of the Universe panel. And it didn't get picked up. So because the description said it was about the origins of Gamera, we said, okay, we'll talk about the making of the movie, including like Nezera and things like that. So we'll talk about the first movie, and then we'll quickly kind of go through the Gamera legacy and talk about those really briefly. And it went pretty smooth, I would have to say.
Smooth. I think it went pretty smooth.
I personally didn't think it was my best panel performance, but like I said, I still had a lot of people who came to me during the rest of the weekend and said, hey, I really like that Gamera panel.
Before we jump off of that, I think this is a good time to slot in something that all of us can weigh in on, which is, wow, the Sessions 1 room was a complete rethink this year.
Oh,
it was like
that blew my
the space one?
Insane.
Yes, I walked past that.
I walked past that.
Yeah, I walked past that several times thinking it was a Dojo Studios thing, because that's where they were before. They completely redid the layout. The dealer's hall was moved to the other side of the hotel, and the place that was normally Dojo Studios, I think before, no, it was normally the vendor hall before that, was where they did all the panels. And that main panel room was crazy.
It was beautiful.
It was astonishing.
Wonderful.
The AV was handled by an outside company this year. And for those who weren't there, the best way I can describe this is it was low lit. Like the room was dimmed. The stage was gigantic with actual spotlights and like a concert style lighting rig. on
Yes.
the like it was amazing.
And that's how we would know when the panel was supposed to start, because the lights would move.
They had
it would come right on to us.
They had a producer booth in the back that controlled everything exactly on cue. When the clock rolled over to 2 zeros, they would dim the lights, turn off the music, and they would pivot the spotlights onto us, and we would be like, "Welcome to camera." You know, it actually wasn't unpleasant. It really did block out. The one problem is it blocked out a view of the crowd, so that it was almost like doing a Q&A was very difficult. Like being able to pick out hands in the distance would not have happened. So none of the panels I did in that room ended up having Q&As, which is slightly sad, because I always love hearing from people with that stuff. But it was bye Brendan. It was really surreal. They had the and welcome back, Brendan. They had the G-Fantas suit fully set up with what I have to assume was a mannequin. Bye, Brendan. With what was a mannequin on the inside. And welcome back, Brendan. With what was a mannequin on the inside, and it was just kind of posed there. And it was really, really wild. And that's where the Gamera panel was. That's where the Terror. We'll get to all that, but like first impressions of walking into that room. Anybody have like just. What did you think seeing that?
Well, like I said, I walked past it trying to find where to go, but I'm like, that's a Dojo Studios thing. And so I had to double check the map and really study. I was like, wait a minute. Seriously?
Sessions 1? It's like,
and it didn't help that they didn't have any signage. It didn't help that they didn't have any signage there, and they figured it out because they did some makeshift signs later on.
They did.
It felt really grand, like almost like a Comic-Con style panel, panel room, which I think that's great though. Like I feel like you can see that G-Fest is reflecting this growth and investing in beautifying the space and enhancing the space, which is the next best step in my opinion. So
I agree. They made it feel like a big deal. They made it feel like it was like a rock concert, man. Like it was crazy.
Yeah, it was good being in there. I had 2 panels in there, the Gamera and my
Terror.
Sunday panel with Terror. So it was in there, and it was exciting being in there. I liked the other room too. It was nice, but that one was more of a traditional.
Yeah, it was more of the normal kind of humble setup. The one downside is my rest in peace to my video adapter. I left it plugged in after the last panel, and I went back to try to pick it up. And since G-Fest didn't handle the AV setup or teardown, by the time I got in there, everything was taken down, and that adapter is gone. It's gone.
Yeah,
I left it in there because
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I wept openly. It was very, very emotional for me.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get Brendan back on here, but what else did everybody? So, because that's basically the end of the day, and then we get to dinner. But what did everybody else do on Friday afternoon besides all the panels?
Honestly, for me,
for those of you who were there, Brendan, I just asked what everybody did on Friday afternoon before dinner.
Donnie, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, like, for me, it was just like mingling. Like I just was trying to get like through all the different rooms, because this year I was getting stopped a lot, which I appreciate, because that to me shows that growing up with Godzilla has been circulating a lot. But like I had a moment where, like, I think I shared this with you guys before, but there was like a kid that came up to me and recognized me from the show, and they were like, "Oh my god, I love growing up with Godzilla." And then they proceeded to tell me like their little like Godzilla story, and it was very wholesome. And I don't know, like I feel like that entire day, like there were just like a lot of really cool interactions with people like who I got to meet for the first time, and it was great.
Yeah, I miss being on your show, Donnie. Yeah, I hope someday if you had me come back on your shows.
Absolutely. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been a while.
Yeah, I was actually going through the playlist, and Brendan was one of your early guests, so it's been a hot minute.
Yeah, you gotta have me back.
It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. Neil, I don't even think I've had you on yet.
You need to have Neil on your show.
No, it's kind of an atrocity that I haven't yet.
Maybe you'll have maybe make an episode that you have me and Nathan like together in your show. Have 2 guests.
I think that's a little much.
It's just a thought.
And that's a little much. I think that's a little much for Donnie to handle.
Oh, I can handle it. It's just,
I
mean, it would have to be, I don't know, we would make it work. But Kaiju Kim will forever be my first guest ever to grace the Kaiju Kim.
That's what we call starting out strong. That's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the best pilot episode you can get right there.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But Brendan, what else did you do on Friday afternoon before dinner?
Well, I just hang around at the hall and I maybe play in the game room a little bit, especially the arcade room.
You went to the Mecha G arcade?
Yeah, and I played that Guzzle War Jr. thing, and they shoot the balls in the smell. These other two arcades, I mean, doesn't work at all.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Galloping Ghost didn't have as strong a presence this year as they normally do, but they were doing their own big event.
But I did get to play Destroy All Monsters Melee on GameCube on the last day. I was like, it took me back to my childhood days. I mean, I used to play that game a lot.
That's my childhood Godzilla game. That's mine. That's a big one for me. That's a core
Wait,
memory.
which
That was
game did
every
you
bit as
say?
important as the movies.
Yeah. Yep. So
which game did you say? I didn't hear that.
Oh,
Destroy All Monsters Melee.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
personally, I prefer Save the Earth. I think that's the best of the three,
Everybody
but-
does. That's the. I didn't have a
Because
PlayStation.
of you know who.
That's right. That's the one thing I love. Destroy All Monsters Melee, but Mothra as a power-up bonus is not as cool.
Not cutting it.
Yeah, it could have been more. You know, I remember like that was an active disappointment moment for like young me. I was like, I want to play as Mothra. What's wrong with you guys?
I think I cried over it. I'm fairly sure I cried.
It's worth crying over. I think so. That's a travesty.
I did think it was like, really, Mothra is just a summon in this game. Come on, I want a playable character.
Come on,
I
now.
want a playable character.
We can do
So for dinner, I met with Brendan and Jake, and we had, again, kind of as is tradition, at least now at G-Fest, we had dinner at the Red Bar. So that was pretty fun.
Red Bar.
And they had some Godzilla themed items on the menu, so we tried those out.
Yeah, I just ordered the chicken tenders for fries. I mean,
Delicious.
I got the actually. So that first day, I had not eaten all day, so I decided to be a little greedy, and thank goodness that my dear sweet second mother Allison was there, who definitely purchased. I ate a burger, and then she got me chicken tenders because I was like, I think I could still eat. And I was ready to pull out my wallet, and she
their
goes, no.
chicken tenders is cheaper.
They are cheaper. And then Danielle, I don't know if she's still here, doodled this for me on the top of the box, the take-home box.
Obsessed.
And I definitely kept the lid. I mean, like, you can't, like, I'm not throwing this away. You kidding me?
Or
That's kind of stellar.
This is happening. I'm gonna get a takeout lid shaped frame. It's going on. I don't know. I'm probably gonna cut it out. Maybe I'll put it.
What does the kanji say?
This is Orga.
It says Orga?
Yes. Of course, Danielle. Of course I kept it. Of course I kept it. You
That
do
is
this
so
for me.
cute.
I would never get rid of something that you made for me ever. I love this.
And that's katakana, by the way.
Okay.
Wah wah. But
I
yes,
took 2 years of Japanese in college.
got him. Oh my goodness, my sweet second son. That's right. That's right. And that's not the only. Oh, hi, Bagan. How's it going, bro?
Bacon is boggin. Or
I've heard it. I actually
can.
I couldn't tell you how to pronounce it.
I've heard it
since
Bagan.
school.
I've heard it both ways.
I don't actually know the answer.
I'm
to
going
that.
to call him Bagel because it's
Bagel.
Bagel. Please
Or-
walk up to a
Call
please
him
walk.
whatever. Bakken or boggin.
Bacon.
It's a G. It's a G.
Bacon.
But Kim, I need you to walk up to him and tell him that his name is Bagel.
Yeah, I will do that.
I will get the glasses, Allison.
You know, we also went. Some of us also went to the Pickwick again after we eat.
Well, we'll get to that because then they had the opening ceremonies, which is usually a big event. Is it just me, or did it feel really
Truncated?
short this year? It was over with the 30 minutes. Like usually this is a big show, and it still kind of was because I love the new setting. And they bring all the guests. They did not bring her, Sakurai because, again, I think she was a guest of Hero Premiere, not G-Fest, technically.
There were some weird shenanigans going on with the guests this year. I'm not going to get into it, but a handful of guests were kind of like one or two guests were kind of sectioned off from the others. Two of the guests, our Gamera kiddos, did not get interviews, which I have opinions about.
Uchida and Carl Craig.
Carl Craig, yeah, they were there, but they were not.
The original Kenny himself was at
Yeah.
G-Fest this year, and I was actually excited about this.
Huge deal to get him. Avery Guerra, who's an amazing person, made this happen, and I'm not very happy that he just kind of got put in a room to sign things for 3 days. I wish that people had gotten to. I mean, I know he certainly had people who saw him, and people I'm sure told him wonderful things, and he got the experience. But there's something about I've seen it so many times over the years, getting the Japanese actors in front of a panel room full of people who are there to see them and clapping for them and asking them questions and listening to them tell their life story. I've seen it change a lot of lives of these actors before. Mm-hmm. And I really dearly wish that that those two gentlemen had gotten that opportunity. Again, it's a very packed schedule, right? Trying to get that stuff in there, but I wish that something I'd have given up panels. I mean, I would have given.
I would have too. Same thing with Mr. Taguchi, the Ultraman director, who was there. He wasn't there the entire time in the autograph room, but I was able to be there while he was there, and I had him sign my copy of Ultraman Blazar because he worked on that show, and he was a wonderful fella. Knew a little bit of English, so it was relatively easy to talk to him, and I'm just like, why aren't they giving you more? I heard that there were some other things that went down with him because he showed one of his kaiju short films there, and apparently he didn't have an interpreter or anything, so he was just kind of there trying to explain trying to do an introduction, but it was, from what I heard, it was kind of awkward. So that's unfortunate because I would have given up some space. I am putting serious thought into getting a mobile recorder for next year so that I can go up to these guests, at least talk to them for a few minutes while getting an autograph.
Mm-hmm. At least at least get a voice memo recording on your phone or something, stick it in your pocket, just something so that you can get that interaction. Don't necessarily turn it into content, just so you can listen back to it and just say, oh, they were so happy when I told them this, or like they were really having fun with people. But anyway, the opening ceremony was shorter than usual. Typically, the opening ceremony, it was pretty normal for the first chunk. They introduced the guests, and Peyton said a couple things, and then they played the usual introduction video. But over pretty much forever since I've been going, after they play the introduction video, they have an in memoriam, which was not there this year. All the kaiju folks who, so Kim, again, you weren't there, so this is probably the first time you're hearing some of this. Mm-hmm. But they did not play an in memoriam for the kaiju alums who have passed away since last year. And they usually show the new Dojo Studios movie. They always shoot a Dojo film.
They haven't been making one for a couple of years.
They make one every year. They made one last year.
Didn't you run in one last year, Nate? Or was that?
No, that was 2 years ago.
Was that 2 years ago already?
Yeah.
Dang.
What is time? Does anybody know? I've been asking. I haven't gotten a clear answer yet. But they did not show the new Dojo movie, and I know they shot one last year. I'm pretty sure they did. They shoot one every year. I know they were shooting one this year. They shot a couple, or they played a couple of just great videos of the guests doing their thing. The editing was really great. The sound worked, which was lovely. Sometimes the sound doesn't work and they have to restart it. But this year they had a booming stereo setup. But the video ended and the lights came on, and it was like, okay, guess we're done.
So, like I said, they did not have all of the quote unquote guests on the stage because, there was some weird partitions things. But we had Kirk Carley, who at least for a couple of shots was in a suit for Godzilla 98. So he's a Godzilla suit actor. That's why he's there. Mm-hmm. And we had Uchida, the Toshiro. Is it Toshiro or Toshio?
Toshio.
Yes. Toshio or Kenny from the original game. Yeah. Carl Craig.
I just call him Kennedy.
Yeah. Carl Craig from Gamera vs. Virus.
Yeah. Wish I had him on my podcast a few months ago.
That's right. You did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I did.
He recognized me.
Heck yeah.
And I actually got to hold the alien space guns from from the actual film.
Yeah,
I
'cause
love
he
that
has the
And he
kept
did
the
mention
props.
that in my podcast, and he kept
20
one of the
years.
props.
Yeah,
20 years he's been hauling that gun to conventions. It's a
Yeah.
miracle it's still in one piece. He's
It
very generous
is.
with that
It
thing.
is. And then we also had Noburo Kaneko.
Noburo Kaneko. Yes,
Noburo
who I'm cosplaying
Kaneko,
as
who was
today.
in Tokyo SOS.
Yeah,
And I found out he was the Red Gao Ranger.
He was the Red
from,
Gao Ranger.
Super Sentai.
We do have to let Donny gush though for just a second.
Yes.
Yes.
He is not aged today. Can we talk about that?
Yes.
Like
Yeah,
that man. That's all I need
Which
to
is
say.
which
I mean,
is so
he is-
funny because when I was talking to him, when I got his autograph, he had someone there with him. I don't know if it was like a girlfriend, a wife, or
Was his
whatever.
wife.
but
I think that's
it
his
was his wife.
wife.
Okay.
That's his wife.
Yeah,
Who
I
is
didn't know.
such
She didn't.
so
She didn't
sweet.
introduce
She was so
herself,
sweet.
so I wasn't exactly sure who she was. And I was like, you were in Gao Ranger, and he's like, yes, I was in Gao Ranger. He knows a little bit of English. And then he actually took like a whole minute. He starts Googling himself to find pictures of himself in Gao Ranger, and then showed it to me as if he had to prove it to me or for whatever reason.
Hilarious.
And then his wife says like he was very young.
He must
was
have
like-
been because the dude there's not an ounce of extra age on his face. Nowhere. He looks the same.
And I actually got to meet him, and I took a picture with him, and I wanted him to. I want him to take a picture with that. We did the same post that we did like 10
that was
years
so
ago.
cool, dude. That was so cool.
Yeah, I want to compare the two pictures from 10 years ago to the present day, and
That was so cool. I loved it. I loved when you did that. You did the little
yeah,
comparison.
I was 19 when I met him 10 years ago.
Wow.
And look at me, I'm 29 years old, and
Yeah.
That is fine.
Yeah. So I mentioned Sakurai and I mentioned Taguchi. Did I get all the guests? Well, no,
we
they had
Shinichi
they had the
Wakasa.
behind the camera people.
What?
The other guests, they were people who worked behind the camera.
Okay, gotcha. We had Shinichi Wakasa. We
Yes.
had we have not name dropped Furuya.
Yeah,
in this.
yes, for Ben
We
Furuya was.
mentioned-
I think he was the most popular one this year.
Well, easily, but that was it. I mean, that was a pretty good guest list. That's like 8 or 9 folks.
This was the most stacked G-Fest guest list I've ever
Yeah.
seen.
I remember back in my day, it was like one special guest, and then you got a second one if you were lucky, and then it would be like Akira Takarada, 2 other people, and Robert Scott Field, and that was it. That was
Back
and you
in
liked it.
2007, it was just 2 people. I remember. I think.
Yeah.
It was very small.
I
Very
feel
small.
like G-Fest is taking a little bit of notice of AMA because AMA's claim to fame is having guest lists that are longer than your
Voluminous.
arm. So
Voluminous,
they've
yeah.
decided, okay, we got to up our game here a little bit. We're going to have more guests.
They did
Yeah.
good. I don't want to alarm anybody, but there's a battle to the death happening in the lower left-hand corner of our screen here.
Yes.
It's very scary.
Very
That's you.
scary.
That's you. Watch out for them monsters.
Monsters.
Them monsters. You watch out for the monsters.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
my gosh.
yeah.
So
Oh, it
Oh,
lights up. That's really cool.
okay, that was
Yeah.
unexpected. I didn't expect them to light up.
Yeah.
Nice.
So while all of this is happening, this is the important thing. This might have been our day 1, but for somebody here, it was the prep day.
Yes.
Yes. So Kim.
Yeah, well, wait. We didn't
What?
ask Neil what he did the rest of the day.
Oh, yes.
We'll
Neil.
get there. Yes.
If I'll just make this quick, yes, I went to a couple of panels. Went to their UFO panel. I was at the Hayashia panel, and that really kind of set the tone for the whole convention. That was a fantastic panel that you and Elijah did, Danny, and that was a wonderful surprise that you actually got Shinpei himself. He had a video. So I just love that guy, and his movies are just so much fun. And then we made that special video for us, and you guys managed to be the go-betweens, the liaison to get that done for us. That was just awesome.
Thank you. That was.
Then I got
credit to Elijah.
Hiroko's autograph. So I got now 2 autographs from her now on my wall of famous folks. And then after I just kind of spend the rest of the day just kind of hanging out with people and getting caught up.
Okay. All right. So before we do we want to do the final Pickwick, or do we want Kim to tell us about getting to the con?
I want to hear from Kim.
All right, let's hear from Kim. So while we were gallivanting all over creation, and by that I mean the Hyatt, what were you doing?
I was missing you guys, first of
Oh,
all.
Kim.
Because
Aw.
I was seeing all your pictures on social media. And I'm like, I want to go to there.
I was gonna say,
We wanted you to be at there.
I was
Bad.
we really did, because we're like, where's our dead mother? She has to keep us in line.
I know.
We
I
were-
was,
we-
I
we
was with
felt-
you in spirit for the first 48 hours.
We felt your absence that first day.
Aw. Yeah, I was missing you guys, but yeah, I spent Friday just getting ready for G-Fest. What did I do? I packed. I nursed my aching body.
Because someone decided to go to the gym for the first time in forever, which necessitated a little assistance from me.
Yeah, that was a thing. We'll get to that.
Oh man,
I have the photo evidence to prove it.
I need this photo evidence.
Oh, I can't believe there's a picture of that lying around. Okay, but yeah, yeah, Friday was that I didn't get a whole lot of sleep because I don't know. I guess I was excited, like, yay, I'm finally getting a G-Fest.
It's that G-Fest adrenaline. I'm telling
It's
you,
the G-Fest adrenaline. I had Tokushoutsu.
or the G-Fest magic. That's what
So,
we're calling.
I had Tokushoutsu YouTube channel playing on my TV just to get me in the mood. Like, yeah, play some kaiju movies. Yeah. And I went to bed at like 11:30, and I did not fall asleep. I fell asleep a little bit. I woke up at like, I got out of bed at like 2. No. Yes. Like 2 o'clock in the morning.
No.
Because we had a flight at like 6. Because I like to get to the airport like 2 hours early, because you never know how long the security lines are gonna take. So we like to get there like super early. So 6 a.m. flight. Was that the one that was delayed? It was delayed a little bit, but it was fine. There were no shenanigans on the way there, but on the way back, I'll get to that.
Oh, boy. The
Okay.
rage.
Yeah.
The rage.
But yeah,
The fever. The rage.
that was pretty much it. Just prepping and being super duper excited that I couldn't sleep. And the first thing I did on Saturday was get coffee.
Yeah, but so the first Pickwick, it was Megagirus. So this was the second time I've seen Megagirus at the Pickwick. It was a different experience, because the first time I saw it, it was the dub version. This time it was the subtitled version.
Wow.
They don't play the dubs at the theater anymore.
Which is a little sad, but I get it.
Toho, it's a Toho thing. They don't like
Toho
that.
thing.
Toho's gonna Toho.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Danielle.
Yeah. Toho said no ho.
They did. They
Yeah.
did.
I can't take credit for that joke, Donnie. That is an MST3K joke.
Yeah. Frank Conniff weeps somewhere. Oh goodness. But yeah, I wanted to go see Mega Gear. So okay. I have a goal, you guys. I have a goal to see all the Godzilla films ever made in a theater at least once. And I am only 7 away. There it is. 7 away from completing my goal. And Megagirus is one of those films. And I paneled so much on Friday. The thought of going to a theater, the thought of driving, operating a motor.
You could have ridden with me. I would have taxied.
I would.
Yeah, I was
have done it. I was too, even like driving aside, 10:30 after the day I had an hour break between 11 and 5. I had an hour, and I did not eat. I didn't do any. It was unhealthy. So I knew that night I needed to eat, and I needed to sleep, and I needed to treat myself okay. So
you paneled a little too close to the sun, did you?
A little too. I felt my wax wings melting, Marchand.
Yeah. By the way, I would be remiss if I did not mention, because I met a lot of people for the first time this year that I have been collaborating with for years now through the podcast and other things. For the first time, I was able to meet Damon Noyes, another one of my biggest fans, and his wife, who was also there, Pamela, basically bought him tickets to G-Fest as a birthday present, and they came all the way from Oregon to be here. She was so excited to meet me, and I have barely talked to her. I've talked to Damon for I don't even want to think about how many hours, both on and off the air. 5 hours of Reptilicus.
I'd be curious to meet you too after all that.
Yeah. So I haven't had a whole lot of interaction with her. I see them about midday on Friday because they didn't get there until late Thursday. So I wasn't able to see them on Thursday. And they were not staying at the Hyatt. They were staying at a different hotel. This woman mugged me. She's a hugger. And I told David, it's like, I think she's squeezing the air out of me. I thought she was going to suffocate me. She was squeezing me so hard. It was a little scary, to be honest.
I thought you said mugged you for a second. I was
I said mugged. Like she just ran up to me and just grabbed me. And then squeezed. And I'm like, I'm going to die.
That's funny. Damon was
crazy. It was crazy.
Damon was a highlight for me. I mean, Damon was a highlight. I've been very much looking forward to meeting him in person. He's just a lovely person, far more talented than he will ever acknowledge for himself. We all know he's a very talented guy. And it is worth noting, I think just by mistake, a couple of the photos that ended up in the our intro here were his. I wanted to make sure he was credited because he was taking photos and videos left and right the whole weekend. He was
coming to all of our panels and taking pictures and we were telling us like, you guys, you have to come back next year. And he's like, well, we'll see if we can make it. I was like, no, you're coming back next year. Now it's to the point, like he was texting us, we're in some group chats together. And he said like, Damon's dream, paneling with Marchand and Tamana. And I'm like, well, now you have to come back.
Maybe.
So,
I hope he does. It's always touch and go with money, with how expensive G-Fest gets. It really is, but in travel. But
yeah,
I would love to see him come and do this again. And if we can get him involved with a panel, how lovely would that be? He's a great speaker.
Yes.
He's incredibly passionate about this stuff. I think he's a shoo-in.
He's very knowledgeable too. He's a lot like you, Danny. He can just rattle off.
He knows his stuff.
In his head.
Yeah, he was at the writers panel actually, and came to the workshop.
Yeah,
he told me about his story afterward, and I'm like, that actually sounds really good. You need to get that published. But we'll talk about that for the next one. So, Megaguirus, nothing really stands out to me about the Megaguirus screening. It was a little rowdy, but not too much. You know, Megaguirus has never been high on my list of Godzilla films, but I do think it's a bit underappreciated. I'll say that much.
I agree.
Yeah, well, and this was my first time watching Megaguirus on the big screen, and I did went to the lobby to waiting for you, Nathan, because we're gonna ride together. But luckily, I ran into a friend of mine that I got to ride with her in the Uber, and she's kind of like my date for the Megaguirus show. It's like, but as a friend, it was just so I got to ride with her and to Pickwick, and then I think we actually meet you inside the theater with the seats.
Yep. We sat next to each other.
Yeah, and they have the best popcorn there. I was like,
it's good popcorn.
And it's too bad they don't have like other pretzels or foods they have in some regular movies, because this is like an old theater. I
love the Pickwick so much. Such a great theater. They made their screen in that main room bigger since I
I want to bring this up before Megaguirus, the full film showed up. They show like a feature film, like a slow projection
Godzilla
show.
Fantasia.
Yeah, Fantasia shows some of the classic Shona eras, and including the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla, and
it was introduced by Linda Miller.
The lovely
Linda Miller.
Love Linda.
I adore her. She's so.
I had the
so
privilege.
Kind.
Yeah, I had the privilege of interviewing her last month, and
As did I.
it's been one of yes. In fact,
And I actually had her on my podcast about King Kong Escapes because 2 years ago.
Mhm. That was probably my favorite interview that I've done for the podcast. It was
I still have not met
tremendous
her.
conversation.
After all these years, I've not met Linda Miller yet.
She is a doll. You'll love her.
Yeah, she's so kind.
She's great.
Yeah.
She is the purest heart. She's just a lovely, lovely soul. I got very close to involving her in my book, actually, very, very close. I was going to reach out, but just due to timing, I wasn't able to do it. But
Right.
yeah, she's great. She's great, and she narrates this lovely, lovely little Champion Festival Fantasia video that was put together a few years ago. And for me, the coolest part of seeing that little video is really beautiful HD quality footage of Zone Fighter. That's really, really cool to me.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but someone says that the men's bathroom of the Pickwick is haunted.
I haven't heard about that, but
I've
sure.
not heard that. I'll have
Yeah.
to take my ghost traps down there next year and see if I can
Yeah,
bust me a ghost.
yeah. Why not? You know,
The ghost
All
of
right.
Arthur W. Pickwick himself.
Yeah, there you
I
go. Now let's talk about day 2
2.5
of
hours.
G-Fest, the Saturday. This was the crazy day for all of us. This is when you got here. I'm gonna let Kim start this one because this was her
please.
first day at the convention. We've talked enough for now.
I agree.
So Kim,
Well, I wasn't talking that much.
so Kim, well, you were also there, Thursday and Friday. So Kim, you got there early Saturday. First thing you did was get coffee. Smart girl.
Yes.
Oh no, excuse me. Clever girl.
Clever girl. Yes. Actually, the first thing I did was pick up my badge. Then I got coffee and breakfast.
You were texting us like, guys,
oh my god, I'm here, you guys. I'm here.
And I came down.
The bells ring out, the betters fly. Now the party can begin.
And then I met you. I went downstairs and I found you, and then I pulled a Pamela and gave you a massive hug.
Yes, thank you. Yay! I got my neat hug. Let's see, and then I got my Donny hug.
Yeah.
Twins.
And I actually saw you talking to Nathan and Donny right when I was in line for the dealer's room.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
after that, I went to. I think the first thing I went to was Dojo Studios. I think, and that's where I saw, and that's where Elijah found me. And I got my Elijah hug. Walked around, took some pictures, then I went down to bother you guys at your writers workshop.
Yeah, because that started bright and early at 10 o'clock. So that's where everybody except for Brendan and Kim, we were all on that. So what we did was we did a 2-part seminar. In the morning, we had people do some writing. We encouraged them to see if they could do a flash fiction, but not everybody did a flash fiction. Some people did the first chapter of a novel or something like that. But we gave them 2 hours to write in the morning, took a break, came back at 3, and then we broke everybody up into small groups and did peer review.
Pardon. It looks like Brendan says, "Good night. You're going to bed." All right. Good night. Bye.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, that was fast.
My goodness.
Okay. Cool. Good night.
Well, there you go then.
Good night, Brendan.
Thank you, Brendan.
Stealthy escape.
I know. He's got that ninja superpower that we were talking about earlier.
He is a ninja. Yes.
He is, but the writer's workshop was a real swing.
Oh, wait, he came back. He came back.
Oh,
Hi.
Do you have to go, Brendan?
I guess he
Okay,
does.
bye.
Confusion. Chaos everywhere.
$10 says he comes back one more time. I'm just kidding. Let's all just
We're the suspense.
All right. Well, he will if he jumps back in, he jumps back in. I kind of hope he does, so we can give him an actual goodbye. But No, the writers' workshop was a swing for the fences because, as we mentioned earlier, the modelers have their thread, right, and there's an outlet for all kinds of creativity at G-Fest, from the artist alley and the art contest to places where you can go do your own art and you can all this amazing stuff that I don't get to do.
They had, was it a make and take?
They have a make and take. They've done that for a few years, but we got the chance to do this, and it was really kind of, we didn't know quite what was going to happen. My fear, and I use the word fear, I'm being dramatic. I was not actually afraid, but my concern, that's a better word, was that it wouldn't be pushed out very much, right? Like it wouldn't be promoted. So I figured it would probably be on us to do a lot of the heavy lifting with telling people where to go and that it was actually happening in the first place. And to my lovely surprise, see if I can get a visual aid cooking here. If you go into the program book and you go to the first or second, like the second main page. Ooh, I'm huge. The second main page here, you will see that it's right here.
Yeah,
it's right over here.
We got our own little write up. It was great.
Yeah, it was there. They took good care of us. The room, a little small. The number of chairs, not great. No tables either, which was a little.
Yeah, we deduced that we definitely need tables next time.
Yes, the lack of tables was a thing. Now, there was no, and I'm small again, there was no real way to get tables into a room that small and not have it eat up space for chairs. I would have rather had the extra chairs because that's more inviting for people. They know they can come in, but the lack of tables was a thing. We're going to be putting together some stuff to make the next year maybe a little bit stronger.
So you guys feel game to do the 4-hour workshop again next year?
Yes, I want to do this again next year. I
thought it went great.
Yeah. No, I think it went like that's.
Although I didn't appreciate that the sign for the room, because of those electronic screen signs, and it actually said that the writers panel lasted 13 hours.
Yeah, there was
about that, and that's for the hotel staff, so they know when to open and close the doors. Although it's kind of confusing for like the attendees because it implies just what you just said, that there were our doors.
Somebody's just going to be someone's just going to be hanging out there for 13 hours. You could just come.
I don't think anybody would do that, but I don't know. So there were some kinks to kind of be ironed out. It's a big convention. It was bigger than it usually is. There are a lot of moving parts. Things happen, and again, Neil, I mentioned this earlier. I'm going to say it again until I'm blue in the face. Neil moved actual mountains months before this happened, and then during it to get us more chairs and to get more material and just try to get us a couple things. There was an attempt to get some microphones in there that didn't work. I don't think we needed them at the end of the day.
No, it was small enough that we could just use our theater voices and just get stuff out there.
About mics, I found out when I talked to Peyton is that if we wanted mics, we had to request them before the convention because it costs money to get the mics.
That makes sense.
Because normally whenever we had panels, the mics were there on the table. So that's why I didn't think that we should ask for them. But I guess, if we do this next year, I have to remember and say, okay, be sure there's mics on our tables.
I was just say, if the room is that small again, I don't think we have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I secretly hope it's not that small. I'd love to move to a bigger space.
I was really happy a lot of people brought their own laptops, which made things easier, so we didn't have to read. Like, I had a handwrite, so we just didn't do a lot of this stuff, reading penmanship, and so that.
Now, considering that it was a small room with a limited capacity, considering some of the technological limitations, the location, the promotion, all of these things that could have worked against it, it turned out phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I thought it. Okay, he's leaving a comment in here.
It's okay, pal.
Yeah,
it's okay. It was great to have you.
Yeah, we were still. I was very happy to have you. So, but anyway, so it actually, because Danny, you, Neil, and you, me, and Neil were kind of figuring out how we were going to do this for several months. And I was kind of like, I want to do break them up into small groups and do peer review. Let's give them a couple of hours to actually write something. and all of that, it was all an experiment. We had no idea it was going to work. The morning session, the writing session, was relatively quiet. I do think some of us probably should have shut up a little bit because, it's like people are trying to write in here. But we were also fielding a few questions while we were doing it. And then there's stuff that happened in between. But since we're talking about the writers panel, I want to go to the return session. We all got into small groups. So each panelist got a small group, about 6 or 7 people each. And I am ecstatic to say that I took 2 of my group members to go talk to Christopher Nigro. One was a woman, I believe her name was Jen. She had what's read like the first chapter of a novel. And I'm like, I need to read the rest of this book. So I want your homework is to get this done by next year so Mr. Nigro can publish it for you. But the one that I am really proud of is there was a young man named Josh who is in my group and he was nervous the day before. He was asking us like, well, what can I do? It was like, it just would have been like world building sort of stuff. And I'm like, no, we want an actual story, not world building. And it's like, oh man, like he seemed genuinely nervous. And then this guy shows up. He's the last person in our group to read, probably because he was still nervous. And he had an absolutely brilliant short story. Like we were just riveted listening to this thing, and it was funny to boot. And I took him. I kept telling him, it's like, you, sir, need to send this to Mr. Nigro now and get this published. I am happy to report not only is it getting published, it will be in print inside of a couple of weeks because Mr. Nigro will be putting it in at the last second. We'll be putting it into Attack of the Kaiju Volume 3.
That is amazing.
You want to talk about fast turnaround? Sir, Josh, if you watch or listen to this at some point, I am beyond proud of you.
I'm going to do a shameless plug for Josh because I've worked with Josh recently. Josh Braffman, that's his name.
Yes, he
recently released a kaiju novel, One Massive Step. I got to blurb it. It is a stellar piece of writing, a very unique piece of kaiju fiction. Everyone should check it out. That's why, I was very curious about his kind of. I think we talked a little bit about imposter syndrome and stuff, and I'm like, you arguably are an established writer at this point, but I think many of the conversations we had showcased that we all have these different points of imposter syndrome as creators in general, right? So I hope that he celebrates this amazing success and also this phenomenal book that he's had released.
I didn't know he had a book. He never mentioned that.
We writers also don't really advertise our work very well either.
No, we're terrible.
Because
Donny,
we're our own worst critic, right?
I was just saying, Donny, do you know me?
Touche, I suppose.
Yeah. So that was my experience. It's not to say that the rest of the group members weren't valuable. They were, but they were younger, less experienced, and were very influenced by anime and such. And we gave them some good feedback with what they had. But I'm curious, as I haven't talked with you guys about this, what were your groups like?
Donnie, what was yours like?
My group was wonderful. We had many diverse writers with different skill sets. Zimzilla was in our group who shared a really phenomenal piece. We had a 12-year-old in our group. I think his name was Peter. Wrote this really short piece, but we got to have a really good conversation about what it was like for all of us when we first started writing. And I was just very amazed that this, 12-year-old really had this vision and direction with regard to writing in general. Like I remember when I was 12 years old, like I was writing really angsty fan fiction, not like anything cohesive like what he's writing. So no, like I think we had a really good conversation, and it like I think the workshop format really worked pretty well because it kind of took the pressure down a little bit for everybody. It allowed us to, I don't know, it allowed us to be chill and relaxed with sharing our work.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, all right,
What about you,
Neil,
Neil?
Danny, what were your groups like?
Go for it, Neil.
Well, actually, I got really easy because Danny, there were 6 of us, but you counted off 5 groups. So we had one group, and then me and Chris. So me and Chris divided the group number. I think it was number 1 between the 2 of us. So I had 2, and he had 3. So I just had 2 people, and I was surprised how saying they were young and inexperienced, how good they were. I mean, of course, there was some the first guy, I have to say his writing needed a lot of fine tuning, but you kind of figure, okay, he's new writing, plus he's writing impromptu right there, and your first draft is always going to have a lot of excess verbiage in it. But there was the only thing I remember that stuck up about that paragraph. If there was one paragraph in his story that was supposed to be hinting at the monster coming out of the ground, but the description was so vague that I had to kind of point to him like, well, I didn't really catch there was even a monster in here. So, but it was kind of like the idea he was working with is that the monster, whatever it ate, it can take the shape of that object.
Ah.
And so that was kind of his defense mechanism. And so I was kind of giving him some little pointers what he could do, because I guess this creature goes back to prehistory. And I said, okay, this is a really interesting thing you created. So he's got this creature's defense mechanism where, what it eats, it can take the shape of. It's like, in the fossil record really has these huge gaps in, even though books try to imply we know what happened during all that time, during all this development in nature. But really, the fossil record is kind of like clips on a, editorial floor, and we just got like little pictures. And so there's big historical gaps, which means that you, my friend, the writer who was doing this, could then create a whole environment that he wanted himself, where he could create this creature of his, why it has that defense mechanism where it eats and then takes the shape of whatever it eats, and then it kind of and then flesh out the whole prehistory. So he kind of tacked that into the story, and so I guess it would start eating be like these construction vehicles, and it was taking the shape of them and whatnot. And I guess if I remember correctly, that it was like if it ate a lot of vehicles. Well, I can't remember what the whole premise was. But kind of the gist was like if it ate a lot of vehicles, it could split up into all those different vehicles. So you may think like, oh, there's a row of buses I can climb into or whatever, drive in, and here it actually be an animal that could devour you. And then the other author I had did sort of like a found footage piece, except it was more like he wrote it as though it was a document from World War II, and it was like something like a document that's kept secret. And the idea was that you had the shipwreck that occurred, and they had all these sharks all around that were kind of eating up the sailors. And all of a sudden, the sea just went dead quiet, and all the sharks vanished. And then they saw this shape rise up, because it was at night. The shape kind of rise up in the water, and they could tell it's sort of a shape of an animal. And they could see the reflection of the moonlight off the eyes. They could see it looking at them. And because of that thing rose up, it kind of saved their lives because it frightened away the sharks. And so this was this narrative was related by a sailor to his superior officer, and during this after action report, and then after the interview was done, the officer told his subordinate, okay, and as you told me this, don't talk about this to anyone outside of this room. And so that was kind of the setup of his story, and I thought that was really well done, because like I said, it was like sort of like this found document that was in intelligence files, and so it starts out with these dates of when this interview occurred. But when it got down then between the subordinate and the officer, the way the subordinate described the situation, you kind of really picture what was going on. Then you kind of felt the moment, when he was describing when the monster came out. And that was the part that I thought was really impressive about his work, is when you can emotionally connect with what was going on. You kind of, like I said, just feel, imagine yourself out in the ocean, and all of a sudden, you got the waves and the sharks thrashing around. All of a sudden, everything goes dead quiet, and this mask comes up. It's almost like this godlike mask comes up that kind of, like I said, you're just now in this presence of this huge beast. Like I said, you can really sort of, kind of feel like you're in that moment. So I was really impressed with what he did. So like I said, I just had those 2, And then Damon Noyes, he was over with Chris. I got a chance to hear Chris's or Damon's story, and I thought Damon did a really nice story. Unfortunately, my memory didn't hang on to much of it. The only thing I remember about that story is I gave him a suggestion of changing up one of his words because he was describing this this stink that was coming up out of the water, and he described it as sort of like caressing this woman's face. And I thought, well, if it's really stinky and slimy and sliming up the air, you should maybe instead of saying caressing, you should maybe swap in another word. How it's either sticky against her skin, because caressing is usually something that's kind of a nice.
Yeah. From what I remember of what Damon told me about his story, his was about a kaiju that gets washed up on shore, and then a woman comes in to investigate, and she's like, "Well, what did it this time?" And and then she goes over and she has to talk the kaiju down, and then there's a big reveal at the end about who the kaiju is and what her actual job is. But it was a very surprising one, and it was an angle I never would have considered before. So, I don't want to give it away too much. Go talk to Damon about it. But I do think Damon needs to talk to. I haven't read the story yet, but for what he told me about it, I was like, he needs to get that published over at Wild Hunt too. So, but yeah. So Danny, what was your group like?
Humblingly phenomenal. I was in the presence of just person after person after person after person with such beautiful imaginations, an incredible spread of styles, an incredible spread of ages. I think the youngest gentleman we had with us was 14 years old. Atticus. There's a literary name for you.
Atticus?
Amazing.
Wow.
14 years old and remarkably verbose. Talked about, he had this kind of very edgy, kind of cynical story of war and the kaiju being used in war, with a lot of really beautiful use of alliteration. And I asked him, I told him, listen, I know people twice my age who can't tell me what a thesaurus is and, or what a synonym is. He took out a thesaurus and he found all these synonyms for words that he knew, and he picked the fancier sounding versions. Nothing that was too, like, this is a real balancing act, because it's very tempting as a writer. I'm sure most of you'll know what I'm talking about. There's always a quest to find an unusual word, a different way of saying something. And there's a fine line between picking something unusual and making it so unusual that it sticks out like a sore thumb. And now it just becomes like, hey, pay attention to me. I know this big word. You have to do something that honors the reader and the story. And this 14-year-old young man knocked it out of the park. It was more of an overview of kind of a world he was building than a story, but there were the bones of a good story in there, and the world he created was fascinating and beautifully put together. I know people twice your age who A, wouldn't do what you did, and B, couldn't communicate nearly as effectively as you. A lot of young people in that room, and it really gave me a lot of hope. a lot of hope. But yeah, that was amazing. I ended up with a few personal friends in that group. Danielle, I think she's still around, wrote a fan fiction. I'm really glad that we opened up the floor to fan fiction as well. That was just a wonderful thing.
Yeah, there were a couple of fan fictions in my group as well.
Yes, and there were a handful in mine, and they were both great. Danielle, ever the Orga lover, wrote a sequel story to Godzilla 2000 that I won't spoil too much of, because she's going to finish it and put it somewhere. I hope she needs to.
She gave you permission to tell the whole
thing. Okay, well, I'll be brief, but basically it's a generation later, and little Io Shinoda from Godzilla 2000 now has a daughter, and I almost don't want to spoil the twist with the daughter, but basically the daughter is linked to Orga, who has now evolved so far into Godzilla that the question becomes, at what point do you say that Orga is Godzilla or just Orga, right? Is this thing so much Godzilla now that with all the memories and all of the physical transformations, is it not just Godzilla now? And there were a lot of great questions in there being asked about identity and the nature
read
of
this.
it was phenomenal. And again, there's so much more that still needs to be told with it, but it was profoundly touching and really interesting. I love stories like that get into I do the GNP. I love stories that get into the heads of these characters. Just really, really cool stuff. And there's more to tell. Allison wrote a really touching expansion on the mother and two children. Oh, shucks, indeed. I mean it, Danielle. I mean it. Allison wrote an expansion of the scene from the 54 Godzilla with the mother and the two children. You know the scene. She went backwards in time and started their day and then worked up to that moment. Talked about the father going to war and to just exceptionally done. Really, really powerful. And done very quickly, very.
I haven't even read it, and that's already ripped my heart out, and I want it back.
I know. There was not a dry eye. I got misty-eyed. I think everybody got a little misty-eyed. And the way that she set it up, where you kind of wondered, but then in the last moment, the last lines were the "We'll see Daddy in heaven" line from the film, and that was it. And yeah, I know. It was. And that's the one we started with. That was the first one we heard. We started out strong. It was.
Both of these stories need to be posted somewhere when they're finished.
One thing that was a topic in our group was that fan fiction is not a dead end. There are many places to put it, and you should put your fan fiction places. Don't be afraid to do that.
I kind of want to start a page for the people who were at this seminar.
Mm-hmm.
Just so I can say, don't worry about putting on a fanfiction.net or something. Here's a page for you, at least for the ones who did the fan fiction.
I say put it both. Give it a place to look at.
And it's like if you don't get it published anywhere else, it's here.
The G-Fest website should have a page where people can submit these to be read. And then you cycle through them every year. I think that would be a good idea. Maybe that's something we'll bring up. But there were so many great stories in there. We had one young man who had this entire kind of space opera he was putting together with aliens and monsters. It was really fascinating. We had a woman named Jennifer who crafted this really excellent kind of ancient story of warring clans and the monsters that represented them and how the monsters went to war for them. It was like Game of Thrones with kaiju. It was cool.
Wow.
So many creative stories. Some that weren't completely finished, some that were fully fleshed out, some that ended on cliffhangers, some that were outlines for bigger projects. One that the gentleman who was putting together the one with the aliens and the space opera, that's like a animated series he's trying to pitch. We got crazy in there, and it was just wonderful thing after wonderful thing. The last one I'll shout out is my good buddy Robert Montserrat, who has been my brother in Kaiju for years and years and years. He is family to me. And I don't think I've ever met anybody who has so many consistently grand ideas for concepts before. But one thing that he has struggled with is finding a perspective to approach those concepts and how to turn it into a story. And by God, he did it. He pulled out a concept that I've watched him develop for years, and he found his perspective. He found his angle into the story. He found his characters. He found his events. He built it around the concept, which was the creature, and told essentially the first act of a grander story within the 1,000-ish word constraint of the flash fiction. And I want to see him finish it. And I dearly, dearly hope with all my heart that my very good friend Robert, I hope you're out there listening. I hope you finish this because I want to see it exist. And I think other people, let me rephrase that. I know other people will love it. And so it needs to happen, sir. You've got an entire circle of people that thought it was brilliant because it was.
Yeah.
I was blown away by every person. Too many people, too many stories to mention here, but it was so wonderful. It was so supportive. Everybody read their story out loud in my circle. I don't know if that was consistent with you guys.
Yeah,
it was consistent with me.
Good. And I did write something. Did you guys get the chance? Neil, I know you were working on something. Donnie, you were working.
I got to work on something, yeah.
I worked on a little bit of something myself too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you guys?
so I actually finished mine.
Ooh, awesome.
Yeah, so let's see, 4 pages here. So I finally got it all typed up in the computer, so I was going to give that to Chris and if he wherever he wants to put it.
That's wonderful.
I got finished. It even has a title and everything, so it's
look at that. Well
done,
Neil.
Story.
And
Chris,
Nathan, I know you work.
cannot blame me if you didn't get your story done because I was keep on poking it. Hey, could you Google this for me? Can you Google that for me while you're trying to type me? And I was
I was happy to help. I was happy to help.
Yeah, if you're wondering what I worked on, Danny, I worked a little bit more because I need to get this done. I worked a little bit more on the script for Gamera Saves Christmas, which I'm hoping to produce at the end of the year. And as I've mentioned elsewhere,
movie.
yeah.
I mean,
And as I've
alone,
yeah, it's I can't
have Christmas specials. So can Gamera.
Yeah, I can't take credit for the concept. That goes to my friend Joy Metter, who's I think only seen 1 or 2 Gamera movies in her entire life, and they were on MST3K. So it's just like, I got an idea for you, Nate. Gamera Saves Christmas. And I said, Joy, I hate you. My brain's already churning. So
there you go.
So, and if it goes over well, it might become an annual event with MIFV at Christmas. I produce some sort of kaiju related audio drama. We'll see how it goes.
Just remember to leave turtle meat out for him on Christmas Eve. That's
leave
important.
Turtle meat out for him. Yes. Indeed.
Gamera is a cannibal. That's canon.
Yeah, it's canon and a cannibal, right?
So
right.
Can Santa Ghost make a cameo in Gamera Saves Christmas?
I'll play the song.
Thank you.
I'll play the song.
You can't just steal Kim's song. Hold on.
She gave me permission, sir.
Okay. All right. Residual checks ain't cheap these days, though. Just so you know.
I also take payments in food.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, you pay for her to go see Ultraman on stage.
There you go. But anyway, I will say this. I don't want to mention what Josh's story was about because it was brilliant and it gives way too much away.
No.
But it was very funny and surprising and shocking in all the right ways. The novel chapter that I was really excited about started with a kaiju attack on a boat. And then we were introduced to our protagonist, and the protagonist was a skeptic who was also a religious studies guy, which was fascinating. But he gets contacted by, I think it's supposed to be some sort of government agency. It's like, we want your help. We had one of our battleships just got sunk by something huge, and we think it's a Leviathan, and we want your help with this because you're an expert. And as soon as she shared all that, I was like, I already see how this could pan out, and I'm excited about this. This guy who's a skeptic, but he studies religion, and he gets brought in to help investigate this. So I'm like, I see so much potential in this story, and I want to see it.
Religion is purely like academic to him.
Yes,
that's interesting.
I was like, I need the rest of this book. But the one other one I want to highlight was a fan fiction, but it was a fan fiction based on some sort of web series on YouTube that I've never heard of, but it's like alternate universe versions of existing kaiju. He just told us what the story was going to be about, didn't so much read it, but it was going to be set at G-Fest, where these characters end up at G-Fest. And I'm like, really? And then we just started brainstorming ideas for what he could do with these characters at G-Fest. So like, well, what's their goal? What are they doing? And they're trying to find somebody. Okay, that's great. And then it's like, then I was like, they could like get roped into the costume parade because people think they're cosplayers, but they're not really cosplayers. And like, we're coming up with all of these ideas for just shenanigans that they could get into while trying to find their friend in this strange place called G-Fest.
That's kind of funny. I like that.
So I hope he does something with that. I would actually like to see how that would pan out. So in between all of that, Danny, you had 19 panels.
I did. Wait a minute. Donnie, what did you write?
So I only wrote got 200 words because I was too busy blabbing and answering questions. I'm writing I've been studying like the solar punk genre for like poetry reasons, so I decided to try my hand at a piece of original kaiju fiction that takes inspiration from that genre. For those of you who aren't aware, it's like a genre that like blends like technology and like nature working together in tandem
That's going to be
positively.
my next question, because I'd never heard of that. That's
Yes,
really
it's a pretty.
I've never heard of solar punk either.
It's a newer genre that has emerged from like cyberpunk, which obviously is much more dystopian in nature, right? So I don't know, like I am writing it about a tree kaiju.
Oh,
A tree. We've had Biolante, but we've not had a tree.
we need a tree. We need a tree.
So it's gonna happen, and we'll see if I finish it. It was gonna be like a short story, but I was like, I'm gonna make this a novel instead. So
Oh, love that.
we'll
That's
see if
awesome.
that pans out.
That's super cool. I'm really, really glad that we each wrote something. Did you guys end up sharing any of what you'd written with your crew?
no, I was more focused on helping all of
Hmm.
my students.
I shared mine. Okay,
Nice.
we had fewer people in mine, so we had a little extra time. So I shared mine, and it was really good feedback. Like and I told them I was just like I didn't get to write much, like because when you're like in idea generation mode, like you want people to assess like the concept and like the the trajectory. And I got some really meaningful feedback. At first, I think people were a little afraid of like giving the facilitator feedback. I was just like, please, this is not my first rodeo. Rip it apart. Like I want you to rip it apart. And they very tactfully gave me some feedback, which was wonderful.
I'm really glad. I ended up sharing what of mine I had as well, and I figured that it would probably be a good idea to do that because it put like the last thing I would want is for any of those people to like put us as the facilitators on a pedestal. We're all writers in the same.
Can I just interrupt for a second to say hi to Zeke? What's going on? Thanks for coming.
Hey.
Are you still awake? You should be in bed.
She got you. Oh my gosh. But I think it was a good idea to do that because I didn't want anybody thinking that we were like all high and mighty and like, oh, we're the experts here. Like we all do critiques. And if we put ourselves on the quote unquote chopping block just as much as they did, it really, I don't know. I didn't want them to see us as not on their level, you know, like we're all in this circle to share things.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, we got to share what you did. So I shared mine at the very, very end. We had a little extra time and I got some good feedback on mine too. And I'm about 600 words into it, maybe 7. I don't remember where I stopped, but I'm going to try to send it somewhere maybe when it's done. It'll be hopefully it'll be cool.
I'm trying to convince Chris, see if he, since all of us panelists are going to go do our own little short fictions, they're like, okay, let's finish up our little stories and send them to Chris. And Chris was, thinking of,
that could be an interesting thing. Maybe what we could make that an offer to people is just like if you come to the seminar and you write an original kaiju fiction, maybe we could have Chris, if we have enough, we could send them to Chris and he can do a special G-Fest anthology.
Well, he is definitely interested in the stuff that we were working on, that is us panelists of compiling those together for some kind of giveaway promotional or something. So yeah, it'd be great if you guys could finish your stories and then you can see what you want to do with them.
Yeah.
But on that note, I kind of need to get to bed here because I got a busy day tomorrow. So
okay,
I've got about 30 minutes left.
But before, since you're going to leave, anything you want to mention from the rest of Saturday or from Sunday that you want to share with everybody before you have to go?
Well, yeah, I don't know. For me, G-Fest was kind of uneventful. I mean, I just went to a handful of panels. I thought they were really good, and I mostly hung out with friends. And I got a chance to get Noboru Kaneko's autograph. And I was really impressed with what he did for an autograph. I mean, he really went all out. I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but he certainly went all out, filling this thing out. I was like writing a book there. And he was a really nice guy to talk to. I was really glad I got his autograph. And so I got put in a special frame. So then, and so then of course I bought my Annie Yuri figure. I wrote because the longest time, I don't know if you can see Miss Namakawa up there all by herself, the only girl surrounded by all those monsters. I thought, well, she needs a friend. So I was really happy to find.
Why is there no Nick Adams action figure so she can have her boyfriend?
Yeah, I don't know. But if they made one, I'd buy one. But
we would all buy one. Let's be honest.
So anyway, so that was kind of my big highlight, and I got a second autograph with Hiroko. I wanted to get a second with Ben Furuya, but as I said, the cash ran out. And I already got his autograph one time before, so I went with Kaneko then to get his autograph. And then I got you. And then I had a really fast ride home. Surprisingly, it only took me 90 minutes. I couldn't believe it. How fast I got back home.
Wow.
I got a chance to say goodbye to most people, not all of you guys, unfortunately. But
yeah, you didn't say goodbye to me. I was a little upset.
I'm so sorry, man. I didn't really want to say, if I was trying to say goodbye to all my friends, I would have been basically there until 11 o'clock at night. There's just so many people to touch base with. And then I didn't want to get home before dark, And
yeah.
I hate to have the car crash on the highway in the middle of the night and wonder if there's a highway.
We'd all hate that.
Around the house. So.
All right, Neil.
It was nice chatting with you guys again one more time until next year.
No, you're chatting with us, between now and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would hope
I was gonna say you're not falling off the face of the earth with me. Plus, I'm probably gonna. I think I got you slated to be on at least a few episodes of the podcast. So.
Oh yeah, one thing I want to say before I go, I have to say both you, Nathan and Danny, did a fantastic job with that. Herding cats there with our workshop, since that was all brand new. It was new to us. It was new to the attendees, and you really guys kind of kept order there very, very, very well. And managed also none of that. So explain what we're doing, in a concise and understandable way, so people knew what the expectations were.
Thank you, Neil.
Well,
and
Neil. Next year, you're really going to have to trust us with it, because you told Danny and I a couple of years ago, it's like, I'm going to give you guys the writers panel. It's like, well, of course it would take two of us to manage it after it's been your baby all this time.
Yeah.
But you still kept yourself pretty heavily involved. And I was just like, you know what? Make us the contact people now. We'll manage it. So
yeah, no, that's no problem. As I said, you guys always want to do so many panels, and I was like, well, I don't know if I want to unload all this on your shoulders, and so I have no problem working behind the scenes to keep this thing going. Because I wanted there to be a platform for writers, because for the longest time, G-Fest had a platform for everyone but writers, which was really sad. And I thought, well, someone's got to step up and make this happen. So
for sure,
I made it happen, and I'm glad you guys, especially you, Nathan. I'm so happy that you were available that one year when Skip was kind of, getting kind of tired of doing it, and I was looking for writers.
Well, yeah, that's because you decided to throw me on 2 minutes beforehand, and then liked me so much you brought me back the next year. There was one year you were like, well, I don't know if I'm going to have you on because I want to have different people on. I'm like, okay, and then I ended up on it anyway. So it's funny how that works.
No. Like I said, you're the best thing that happened to that panel, because you brought Donny and Danny and so many other talented people.
Because I know writers.
Yeah. You're all good writers, and you're all good public speakers, and of course Donny got the added bonus of being a teacher. So
hey, I'm a teacher too. So
and plus, so you guys, I was like, I said, it was the best thing that could have happened. I'm really very, very happy that we got authors now have a solid foothold at the convention. So that is just absolutely awesome.
It is.
And we're not giving it back, dang it.
Yeah, that's right. If I have to come out and retire to keep it going, I will.
Thank you very much, Neil, for facilitating all of that stuff and running around and getting everything done on that last day. And just thank you for being there. I know there was a moment where you weren't sure if you were going to make it, but it would not have been the same, and it would not have been as special if you were not there.
Round of applause for Neil, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Neil. And now, sir, we will release you to get some sleep.
Thank you so much. Well, have a good night, everybody. And everyone listening, have a really good night. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Very well.
See you later, sir.
Yeah.
There you go.
And hit the button, Frank. There we go.
And then there were four.
And then there were four. All right.
Let's
So
wrap up Saturday
actually,
real quick.
I was going to say, let's talk about Saturday. I am going to retract this. even though yes, Danny did 19 panels between the seminar, but we must let the queen tell us about her Saturday.
Very much so.
My Saturday. It was kind of uneventful, honestly, because I was so freaking tired. Let's see. What did I do? What did I do after I got my Danny hug?
Yes, I was so happy. That made my morning. I was like, forget the panel. Where's Kim?
I was just saying she's called Kim. She comes to G-Fest and she collects hugs. That's what.
I don't go to G-Fest for figures and stuff. I go for hugs from my boys. Yes, and I got each and every one of you.
She's got a hit list.
Well, and wait till we get to the King of the Monsters screening where.
Oh boy.
Let's see. After I got my Danny hug, I think was that before or after I did shenanigans with Donny?
I think it was
before.
after. I'm pretty sure the shenanigans. It looked like the shenanigans were between the seminar sessions.
Yeah. They were between. So so.
Because you guys were still in the basement.
Yeah, so I think so. You guys are doing your thing. I think I ran off to a panel. I think I went to which panel did I go to? Crap.
Was it the Furuya interview?
I did stop in there for a few seconds to see Elijah doing his thing.
I was a little jealous. But...
I was so happy for him. That was so cool.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. I see Zeke had a question in the comments here.
It was like a writing related question right here.
Oh, okay. Thinking about writing a short monster Godzilla film. Don't know what to call it. Characters.
Yeah, that's an involved question.
That's a very involved question. But you know what? We can reach out to us after this.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, reach out to them. Well, not to me. I'm not a writer, but them. These people, these lovely human beings here.
We'd love to talk to you about that. Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. I would need more details in order to properly answer that.
The magic
but anyway.
Anyway, as I was saying, let's see. After oh my God.
Lunch.
My brain is tired.
Lunch?
Lunch. I got Giordano's because I missed out on my Giordano's on Thursday, so I made up for it that day.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had Donny shenanigans. Donny shenanigans.
Donny shenanigans and Danny shenanigans.
Danny shenanigans.
Manny Madana
shenanigans.
Wani Dinter.
I had shenanigans with Wani Dinter.
Wani Dinter.
Yes.
No, it was really fun. I think we had to we really had to go find someplace quiet, and we didn't have much luck doing that.
Yeah, we had to go all the way down the hall. We wanted to go into one of the quiet rooms, but they were locked.
Yeah, they were all locked. Quiet rooms just apparently did not exist, so that was confusing.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you watch the video, because I just posted one of our videos. And you'll hear people talking in the background, strolling on by and everything. And we're just having a heart to heart while people are just milling on by. It was great.
Yeah. Love that for us. What else happened that day? I napped a lot. That's what happened. I think I went to dinner with Nate and Damon, Pamela.
Or Caddyshack, yeah.
Caddyshack.
Yeah. So we're still on the afternoon. So I had one panel in between the sessions. I did it with John LeMay. It was called Ultraman Unmade. So we did a panel on Ultraman projects that didn't come to fruition. So it was very on brand for John. So we had a fun time with that. But Danny, you had 19, as I've been saying.
I didn't have any more panels Saturday. Just the writers' workshop.
Oh, lucky you. So what were you doing in between sessions?
I got in line for the dealer's room, and I managed to get in. Oh my gosh! I snuck up to the room, ate a sandwich, and then I got into the dealer's room, which was kind of like being a sardine.
It felt very sardinish. Honestly, I think the dealer hall is the place that would benefit most from moving across the street
to an actual convention center.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the people who weren't there, I'll be brief. The location of the dealer's room moved this year to an entire other giant ballroom that I didn't even know was there. I don't know where they keep hiding these megalithic rooms in this building, but it's a big building. It makes sense, I guess. They're just hiding these things. It's wild. But they had to move it because the traffic flow in the previous location was abysmal the previous few years. And they may have gotten the fire department called on them a couple times because of fire hazard. I mean, you didn't hear that here, but if you happen to be at the convention,
what was that?
What was what? I didn't say anything. What? I didn't
hear what? I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
I'll just say that between 2022 and 2024, if you happen to see a fire truck out front of the Hyatt, that's why. Because there were some problems because those lines were ridiculous, and people had to get past that to get to everything. Mm-hmm. So they moved it. It's in a much safer spot now, thank goodness. But the problem is it is smaller, and it's not completely ideal. But I finally got in there. I had to go in. I feel really quite horrible because there were a handful of people that I know were there that I didn't get to see just at the convention in general because I was so busy. But the one person that I did manage to get into the dealer's room to see was our good friend Jay Key at Toku Toy Town, who, I mean, there are 1,000 stories I could tell about how much of a real one he is. I love him. He is just the nicest, sweetest person. And he and I love him. And he and I have a tradition where every year he puts aside the weirdest kaiju nonsense he can possibly find. One year it was a Mechagodzilla slipper with no mate. It was just one slipper. Last year it was a Barugon soap dispenser. And then this year it was this little Ultraman.
What the heck?
Isn't this the most adorable thing you've ever seen? It's like, I'm not even sure what it is off the top of my head. It's inflatable. But it's almost like, I don't know. Feels like it's one of those traditional kind of ceremonial sticks. I don't know what you call those, but I just love this. And he happened to have two, and here's the thing about Jay Key. He gives me something free. I always buy something from his table, right? I can't just take something completely for free. So I got the second one. It's a Bolton, so they match. So I've got these little jingly Boltons. I love them. They make me happy. Jay, you make me happy. You're a treasure of a person. I love
my Jay Key story is actually kind of funny.
I bet.
I got several things from him. He gave me a little like a plastic cutout Jet Jaguar thing for free because it was only like $10. I'm like, Jay, stop losing money. And but the funny one was that he had an SH Figure Arts Shadow Moon from Kamen Rider Black. He's the main villain of Kamen Rider Black, which is my favorite Kamen Rider show currently. And I have seen it on his website and on his shelf for a long time now. And I asked him, how long have you had this? He's like, 3 years. I was like, it was marked for $65. I'm like, okay, Jay, I'm going to go look around a little bit more. But if I come back and it's still here, how much will you give it to me for? He thinks about it for a second and says, $20. I'm like, I'm buying it now. And the crazy thing was my co-host Jake came back to the dealer hall specifically to buy that. But I had it in my hand when he arrived, and I was talking to Jay, and he said $20, and I bought it, and he's like, "I hate you."
When thou art snoozing, thou art losing.
I came all the way back here just to get that. I'm like, I'm not sorry.
So I always go see Jay, and I always go see my pal Chris Olio at Seismic Toys.
Seismic is great too.
I love Seismic. Chris is the nicest, sweetest guy you'll ever meet. Him and Jay are both just darling human beings. I love them.
Yeah,
I always make sure to get something from them.
Yeah,
always make sure to get something from them. And speaking of things that have been there forever, I caved and got this Gamera double feature laser disc. This has been at the Seismic table forever. and I finally caved and got it. The big guy's having a
Sandy
birthday.
Frank dubs too, isn't
The
it?
Sandy Frank dubs. I have the tape copies of these, but I needed. Look at just how cool this is. I didn't get a lot at this year. I did not get a lot. In years past, I have gotten a lot of stuff, but my haul was pretty limited. I got this Mechagodzilla, this flying Mechagodzilla. He's
that's
cool.
that. I almost bought that actually. Yeah.
I got YMSF. I've literally been looking at the prototype for this for 12 years, and I finally got it. A 60s Rodan. Pretty cool. An attendee at one of my panels who loved the panel got me this as a gift. It's a character from Kaiju Busca. It's a little keychain. Isn't that adorable? Let's see here. This Godzilla the Ride promotional newspaper. It was like $5. And then I like tapes, you guys. I don't know how you can tell. I got this Scimitar box set. I got a DVD to support a friend, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I got. That's all. It's just a few things.
Yeah.
Not a lot. It was a very frugal, series of purchase. Okay. I lied.
I've had those too.
I lied. This is for my goddaughter.
Oh, that's adorable.
It's not for me, but this is for her.
It's so cute.
I know. And then my godson wanted a MonsterVerse Mothra, so he's getting this. So it was a double Mothra purchase. They better be asleep right now and not watching this, but surprise.
Yeah, I was like, kids, what are you doing up this late?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty late.
But that is adorable.
Isn't this
That's
great?
adorable. I out of the ones the vendors who consistently come to G-Fest, my 3 go-tos are Tokyo Toy Town. So Jay, in fact, I think he's basically the first person I go to is like, so I need to buy stuff from you. And then Seismic is great. And I have this year, I have grown to appreciate Otaku America.
They're great. They're very good.
The guy who runs that is a really cool dude and is not afraid to say, like, buy the expensive stuff so I can buy groceries for my children.
Those guys are hilarious. And the one table that I didn't manage to find, and I tried to get back into the dealer's room on the last day, but they closed everything down an hour early, which was great. Loved that. My very, very dear friends at Aardvark Tees, who these days are awesome, that they handled the G-Fest t-shirts. They handled the official t-shirts.
Yeah.
And I've known them for years and years and years. I love them so much. We always catch up. We talk about our families and I love them. They're tremendous humans. And I tried to get back in to see them because I only got into the dealer's room 2 times the whole weekend. And I missed it. I missed them. And it broke my heart. So I'm going to be buying some t-shirts from them.
I almost bought a t-shirt from them. I saw one that I was like, I instantly wanted to get it. Guys, as much as I love Ultraman and Jet Jaguar, I still don't have t-shirts of them. And I feel kind of stupid about that. But anyway, they had a Gamera Cross Ninja Turtles t-shirt that I'm like, if you have this in my size right now, I will buy it. And they did not. And I'm like,
yeah. They're wonderful. They're just wonderful. But yeah, I did the dealer's room for a hot minute. I tried to breathe for a minute. I snuck back up to the room and attempted to do a little extra writing on my flash fiction. But I only had maybe 15, 20 minutes. And so I packed it up, went back down, did session 2. And then after that, it was Red Bar and
you went to Red Bar.
That's wrong.
You went to Caddyshack with us, didn't you?
I did not go to Caddyshack.
No, you did not go to Caddyshack.
I even texted him, why you join us for Caddyshack?
So
yeah,
I felt horrible because here's what happened. And Neil's not here, so I can't tease him. But last year, Neil pulled me aside. He said, I understand you're an artist. And I said, yeah. And he hooked me up with judging the art contest. And this year he found me again and said, we need help. And I said, I'm on it. I wrangled Danielle, who is a far more tremendous artist than I am. And we helped out. It was the 4 of us. We were in this room and we counted we gave, all of the awards out. We helped hook up all the ribbons. We went through all of the People's Choice slips and counted up everything. It was a huge, long process. Took longer than I thought. I missed 2 or 3 dinner invitations. I missed an invitation to reconnect with my G-Tour peeps from 2016. I missed Caddyshack. And I just kind of limped. Oh, Thank you. I am silly. I am silly. I'm very silly.
Now, but really quick, because Acno Goji, it says, wait, where's the Caddyshack? That is at the Crown Plaza Hotel. So the original G-Fest Hotel, because when it was held there, it was under a different name until like the last year it was held there. Then it became Caddyshack, or is it Caddyshack after they stopped?
It became, well, they tore out the entire, that's where the artist alley used to be.
Yeah,
it
but
became
regardless,
Caddyshack pretty much immediately. They
yeah,
tore it
but
out
anyway, it's one of the like the go-to places. Like the Red Bar is a relatively recent thing, but it is the nice restaurant in the Hyatt. But Caddyshack has a little bit of history with G-Fest because of the Crown Plaza being its location for a long time. So my goal when I go to G-Fest now is to always have at least one meal at Giordano's, Red Bar, and Caddyshack. So that's where a bunch of us had dinner. It was at Caddyshack. So while you were doing the art stuff, that's where we were over there. Apparently they have a rule where if your party's big enough, like if it's like 15 people or 12, 15 people, something like that, they put you all on the same bill. Like, no.
That's so stupid. Why would you do that to yourself?
So we were freaking out a little bit. It's like, who the heck is going to buy all of our food?
That sounds horrifying.
Yeah, because it was a little worrying for me because Pam, Damon's wife, insisted on buying me dinner at least one time during the weekend. And I'm like, okay. So it ended up being Saturday. So she bought my dinner on Saturday, and so because I wanted to make sure she got that. So, but the other thing is, I don't know if you were able to get there, Danny, since you were doing stuff still over there, but our dinner took so long that we were not able to get back in time for the start of the costume parade. And the costumes parade was so freakishly popular this year that nobody could get in. Like they had the entire room full and a bunch of people outside who didn't get in. And that crowd was so thick that we couldn't see anything anyway. And so for basically the first time since I've been at G-Fest, I didn't really get to see the costume parade, and I was a little disappointed.
I forgot the costume parade was happening until after people started filling into the Red Bar. I was so out of it that I completely just didn't even think about it.
Yeah, I was upset. That's another thing that would benefit from being in the convention center, because there would be because that's one of the most popular events at G-Fest. It is so freaking huge that they need more space for it.
They do. But we all did, at least most of us got to do one other cool thing on Saturday nights,
which was go to the Pickwick for Godzilla King of the Monsters 2019. I'm always a little nervous going to a MonsterVerse screening at G-Fest. There's one, I skipped out on one. They did show Godzilla 2014 one year, but I'm like, I don't need to see that one again. But all the ones I have been to, the crowd is extra rowdy, except Final Wars. I think Final Wars might have been the rowdiest one I've been to because it's Final Wars. But to my surprise, the King of the Monsters screening was not nearly as rowdy as I thought it would be. And I was glad for that.
Nobody dramatically sobbed when Mothra came into picture.
That's because you weren't there.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Fun fact about me, Donald, you will enjoy this fun fact about me. When Mothra shows up in that movie, I get a little, just a little bit. I can't help it. It's
at the beginning or at the waterfall.
Yes.
Okay.
Take your pick. Take your pick. The hatching when the music kicks in, the waterfall out of the cocoon, when she dive bombs out of the sky to get Ghidorah, the sacrifice. It doesn't matter, especially when you get that music kicking. I don't know, man. Like it's so baked into my heart. Those movies were
Bring Bear back.
I'm pleased.
Yes, please.
Bear McCreary. Nothing against Alexander Desplat in 2014. Bear McCreary had the best soundtrack of the MonsterVerse. Yes. I will accept no notes.
it was really quite lovely. See, I hadn't seen the film since 2019 when it opened in the theater. I mean, I'd seen it, but I hadn't seen it in the theater, and I just like it. It's amazing that it's been 6 years since that happened. I can't believe that.
Wow.
I kind of hate that a lot, but I don't know. It was really surreal. I really didn't want to miss it. I missed the crazy 2019 showing that everybody talked about so much.
Oh,
but
good Lord, that screen.
that would have been a little much for me. That would have been a little much.
That was bonkers. I think Danielle was at that one. Were you at Danielle? If you're still in the chat, were you at that one? Because I remember you talking about it.
That was a bonkers time, and I'm kind of fine having missed that one. But I wanted to see it. I wanted to see it with the crowd it was intended for, because out of all of, like, honestly, out of most American Godzilla projects, this one was just built from the ground up to just, you know, give fans like us a nice hug and be like, we get it over here. We do get it. We understand. We got you. And we're going to put the work in to make the music work. And we're going to make Mothra actually just more than a giant.
Danielle says, unfortunate.
Yeah, she would. It was crazy. So it was a lovely time. It was a lovely thing to see. I will always be, that movie will always have a very special place in my heart for what it was attempting to do. It really did. Again, seeing it all these years later, and with the crowd of people cheering like crazy, it really did become clear that this movie was intended to be a gift for people like me. And
it was meant for the G-Fest crowd, and I'm not going to call it perfect, although I will admit I found myself appreciating it more this time around, and I will go to bat for this for that movie. I've heard the objections to it. I think some of them, a lot of them, are a bit overblown. I've already done an episode on it, so if people want to hear my detailed thoughts on it, just go listen to that. I had the Omni viewer, and Brandon, I think is his name. It was he's the host of Up from the Depths. I had the two of them on. It's still one of my most popular episodes. So I highly recommend going and checking that out. But I can't hate the movie. No,
I love it so much. It makes me feel like a kid every single time.
There was a moment, and it's the same moment that gets me, Kim, where you looked over at me and you're like, I became a kid, and I said, yeah, I'm 6 years old. Whenever I say this, I'm 6 years old, sitting on my stomach watching Monster Zero on my big tube TV on tape, and I don't know how they did that, but the alchemy works, and it's just a great time. But
because the three of us sat together.
It was us and Damon.
It was us and Damon. Yeah, because I told Damon you have to go at least once. You have to go to the Pickwick at least once, because if you're not sure when you're going to be back, you're coming once.
Yes.
It was. And then on the way out, Kim.exe stopped working. And
oh my God. Okay. So, all right. So so I've been more physically active this past month, and I had done a bunch of squats the day before. So my thighs were angry at me. And I could barely walk. And so I half jokingly said, can someone please carry me to the car?
And I thought you were being serious.
I was half serious, because I was like, my legs are dead. They don't work anymore. Please help.
So it's like, all right, so time for the royal piggyback ride.
Muscle Man Marchand up here just kind of scoops Kim up and just starts like power walking through Park Ridge toward the car. Like, he was Damon and I were like 2 or 3 miles behind them. They were just jogging ahead. And they got a good lead on us. And Damon and I were just kind of back there going, what a goofball.
Wait, how far did you walk?
It was not that far of a walk. We were in one of the road-facing parking spots that kind of runs along that sidewalk heading toward the train tracks. It was about halfway between the Pickwick and the train tracks. It was a good spot. So it wasn't that far. But Mr. Marchand did hoist. There was some hoisting.
Hoisting,
yes.
He hoisted the queen.
He hoisted the queen.
There is photographic evidence of this, and And Danny kept saying, "It's like I'm going to send this to Roy and say I can explain."
Yes. I'm just gonna text the show and be like, "Listen, man,
Listen.
listen," which I did not. Those pictures are purely for laughs and giggles among friends.
Yeah, I still need to get them. I would like to acquire.
I don't know if
them.
I trust you, Nathan. I
will
I
not
want to
post
see the evidence of this.
I will not post it.
Here's what let's.
I'll text it to you, Donnie.
I was gonna say I
Please.
sent it to Kim. Kim can send it to Donnie. Kim, you have the ability to send it or hear me out, not send it to Marchand. It depends entirely on your trust levels of said Marchand. But that is how our Saturday ended.
Well, the fun fact, Danny, that was not the only time that weekend I had to save Kim at the Pickwick.
Oh, yeah.
That is true. That is true. So I've heard. But
yeah, so we'll
for
get,
full disclosure, I was running on 6 hours of sleep in the span of 48 hours. So my brain no do to think very good.
no,
my brain no think good. My brain no think good.
My brain does think good.
Mecha Godzilla flyby. All right, so let's talk about
round the head.
About G-Fest Day 3. This was the day that I decided, because I only have one panel. I thought about going to other panels, but I said, screw it. I'm not gonna. I forgot Jeopardy was happening because Jeopardy used to be a primetime event at G-Fest, and now it's just a normal panel and is far less exciting to me.
I forgot about Jeopardy.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah, so I decided, you know what? As much as I want to go to some of these other panels, screw it. I'm going to be running around doing all the other things I want to do. So I went to a lot more Ultraman Hero Premiere stuff. I got a bunch of autographs, spent some more time in the dealer hall, made some purchases, including I'm going to solo this because I have a little bit of a promise to keep here. But this will not be the only time I do this. But I went and talked with, what is her name? Rebecca Reynolds, the author of the first, and I'm assuming the rest of the Ultra Academy books. This is book 1. It's called Beware the Baleful Baltan. I love the alliteration. And I got to speak with her. And because Chris and Jake were telling me, like, you got to go talk to her. They made some connections for her while I was running around doing everything. The first 2 days. And so I talked with her. This was another theme. I kept getting free stuff. So I said, I'm here to get your book. I had the money ready. It was $15. And I said, hey, my co-host came by. I'm a podcaster. I'm a writer too. And she's like, oh, you're going to hype my book on your podcast? It's like, yeah, I want to interview you. And she's like, well, you get a free copy. I'm like, okay.
Nice.
So she signed it. She signed it for me here. And it says, to Nathan, courage, kindness, and hope. So that is much appreciated. I love this little book. It's not just a nice little middle grade prose book. There's also, according to the Ultraman update panel, there's language in the contract that they have with Tsuburaya about doing YA. I might try to see if I can make some connections to be involved in that. But not only do you get some nice prose in here, but there's some illustrations that look almost comic book style, look like newspaper clippings. That's pretty nice, I have to say. But honestly, having not read this whole thing yet, and here's a little something on the characters here. It looks like a classified document. My favorite bit of this whole thing, though, and I'm going to keep bringing this up because I absolutely love this. You know how books in the front will have blurbs in it from people saying like, hey, I read this book, and they give a positive review of it and such. They did something like that, but they put it in the back. It's early reviews, but they're from the monsters.
That's adorable.
That's funny.
And what's funny is it's all written very humorously. Like here's the first one on here is a 1.5 star. I'm guessing out of 5 for this book from Baltan, and it says pitiful, ridiculous representation of my species.
I'm so happy that Tsuburaya let them get that metatextual with the jokes.
And then the next one on here is from Gomera, also 1.5 stars, and it says this book is propaganda.
That's lovely. That's
And then-
hysterical.
And then there's a 5-star here from Mummy Man, but it's just like
Oh my gosh.
and then a 3.5 from Dada, and it says, "Not good book, need more Dada." And then it's just like nothing but Dada referring to himself in third person in all caps for the entire review. But my favorite one might be this last one here. It is 1 star from Red King, and it just says, "Fake news." I love it. I can't wait to dive into this. I've made arrangements to do a text review of it with Kaiju United. I plan on interviewing Rebecca once I have read the book, and that will probably go out to everything I do. You know, my author YouTube channel, this podcast, Henshin Power V3. It's just going to go out to everything. She was a lovely, lovely woman to talk to. And I have so many questions. I really want to know how this whole thing came about and, you know, and where she got her ideas. Like, I have so many questions. So I'm really excited to talk to her about that. So that was one of the things I was doing. So I was running around doing all that. And then we'll talk about my final panel, because it was also my Danny's final panel, I'm assuming. And Elijah's as well. But what was everybody else doing on Sunday? Were you still with us on Sunday, Donny?
No, I was at home recovering.
Okay.
I left Saturday night because I was initially invited to go to Caddyshack, but I unfortunately could not.
Okay.
Yes. I had to bid you farewell in the writer workshop, which was sad. It's a sad moment.
I didn't even get to say goodbye. I was like,
I know. So, Kim, what were you up to on Sunday?
Sunday, I think that's the day I finally went into the dealer's room, and I was a little worried about it because I didn't want to. You know, it was my first G-Fest since my dad passed away, and I know I was going to go in there and not come out there with something for him, and but I was okay. I was a little sad still, but I was able to find something really cool from one of my favorite movies.
God, I love it. That's so happy.
One of the many children's dinosaur books that all of the brilliant scientists have to use to explain to people how things work.
Indeed.
I love it.
So this is my favorite purchase from G-Fest. I didn't buy much. I got just some DVDs. Giant Behemoth popped this in the other night.
Ooh.
Green Slime. And cult classics. We got The Spider and More of the Colossus.
Two great ones. I love those.
And The Human Monster.
Okay. Okay. So have you watched Behemoth yet?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody in here did a podcast on it.
I was going to say I did a podcast on it, and
of course you did,
because you'll have a podcast to listen to.
Indeed.
That's awesome. What else did you do?
What else did I do on Sunday? I went to all 25 of Danny's panels.
Yeah.
How many panels did you actually have on Sunday? I only have one. Okay.
You had 3 on Sunday as well.
Yeah, I did. Never again. Never again. I will do panels again. I will not. This was too much. We kicked off with again. Elijah and I teamed up again for another panel on independent kaiju filmmaking. This time on Minoru Kawasaki, who is he's been a longtime favorite of mine. I have a soft spot for his work, and Elijah has a similar soft spot and has actually gotten to interview him before. He just recently the new Blu-ray of Outer Man that just came out from SRS.
I love Outer Man.
It's a great film.
I love Outer Man so much.
Such a lovely little movie.
I think that's my favorite Kawasaki movie that I've seen so far, and I don't know if it can be topped.
It's a good one. It's really, really good. Elijah interviewed Kawasaki-san for that disc, and portions of his interview are included in the commentary. So if you want to go watch kind of a funny Ultraman it's basically Ultraman meets Galaxy Quest. Real aliens show up and take the form of the hero. But
yeah, I was gonna say it's Ultraman.
It's great. Too much to get into here, but
Yeah.
lovely little movie. So we talked about that. This is the same guy who's done, like, his movies are absurdist and they're just wonderful. Stuff like Monster X Strikes Back, Attack the G8 Summit. That's probably his best known film. SRS movies like Monster Seafood Wars, and we didn't talk about Super Legend God Hikoza because that's not technically a kaiju film, but that's him as
it's
well.
more of a Super Sentai thing, but
it's kind of a Sentai thing.
Yeah, Calamari Wrestler.
The world sinks except Japan.
Yes.
What a great title. So much, but we got to talk about him and celebrate him. There were a couple technical difficulties at the beginning, but we got through it pretty darn good, and people liked that one. That was 11, and then at oh my gosh, so we did that, and then I want to say after that was Frankenstein Conquers the World. Yeah. That one was really cool. That one was at 1:00. It was in the nice big panel room. The highlight of that one for me was there was a gentleman on that panel who was there when it opened and had the most amazing stories about being there. One of the reasons that I submitted a panel for that film was, excuse me, a handful of years ago, I met this gentleman. He was in one of the panels that I had done. I want to say it was for Mothra versus Godzilla. And he pulled me aside after the panel and told me this story about seeing not War of the Gargantuas, Frankenstein Conquers the World. And I love hearing stories about people who are there. And that hearing that story about him saying Frankenstein was our hero and we loved him as kids and we cheered him on and we just loved it, inspired me to want to do this panel. So all these years later, a year or two later, I submitted this panel. And he's on the panel. And he also submitted one. And I'm like, I didn't think I'd get to see him again. And he got to tell his story to the whole room. It was magnificent to listen to. And then the only other one I did after that was the one that you, Nathan, and Elijah and I did. And that was Terror.
This was a banger of a panel.
I think
I was really excited about Ultraman Unmade, and I was very proud of that panel. But I gotta say, that Terror of Mechagodzilla panel, that was such a banger.
Whoever made the PowerPoint was really like that.
Oh yeah, that guy was he was a genius. Do you know who he is? Because I need to talk to him. But
I don't know, but he needs a haircut. Whoever he is.
I'm sure he probably does. And you know, and you know, maybe a nap. I'm thinking. I think he did PowerPoints for everybody that that weekend. But yeah, so yeah, me, Elijah, and Danny, and it was for Elijah and I especially, as I've mentioned, it's an important movie for the two of us. And we were able to share those stories about how this is what got us into Godzilla. And I got to do what I've been wanting to do for a long time. I remember I was trying to make it happen with you, Danny, kind of impromptu. It just never panned out. I wanted to do something as a tribute to Takayama, the screenwriter, because we lost her a couple of years ago. And the most I had done before this was I did a little TikTok video saying like, we've lost you, but because of your work, I'm doing all these things that I've been doing. And so I was finally able to do that in a public setting to say like, I am so grateful that you wrote this movie and it got made because I'm here at G-Fest and I'm doing the podcasting and everything else I've been doing with this fandom because of your work. And I am eternally grateful for that. And yeah, it was honestly probably the most perfect way for me to end my G-Fest was doing that panel with the two of you. I can't think of anybody better that I would have wanted to do that panel with, to be honest.
It was a lovely time. We got to talk about a lot of cool Japanese history, film history. We got to wax poetic about the movie itself, which is always fun. And it was a good, strong ending. And then after that, I did try to get back into the dealer's room again, but it was supposed to close at 5. It closed at 4. I tried to get into Artist Alley. I never made it in there. I tried to go down to the modeling rooms, never made it in there. But I spent that little bit of extra time between the two panels. And then at the end, trying to get a couple of, like, I wanted to experience the convention, for crying out loud. But I did not get back into the dealer's room again. I missed some people. I did get to go meet Bolton. That's when I met Bolton. I got 2 signatures. I only had the cashier. The signatures are getting up there. So I picked Kurt Carley and Uchida-san. And I got them to sign. I got Mr. Carley to sign a DVD of Godzilla 98. And
I did too, actually.
Yeah, I was going to have him sign one of my many, many tapes of it, but I figured Alex Rushdie probably got to
Alex Rushdie did that. The guy with he's a meme now because of that.
And I'm not gonna be able to unfold this whole thing because it's very delicate and it's falling apart. But this is the top portion of a vintage 1960s Gamera the Invincible double bill poster.
Oh,
and this is what Uchida-san signed. I'm not going to unfurl the whole thing because, again, it is just disintegrating, and I need to get it. I'm going to take it somewhere to get it like professionally preserved and framed because it's not in great shape. But it was in the dealer room at All Monsters Attack. And I was like, okay, if this guy usually at G-Fest, if it's there, I'm going to pick this poster up. Danielle was wonderful and sweet enough to actually help me pay for it, just out of her own generosity. So I have some plans for that poster. It's gonna have some cool stuff going on with it. But I got that signed, and I mingled a little bit. I got followed by a couple folks and talked to a couple folks. I still missed a lot of folks. And then everything started closing down. I ran into a few other people, a couple of dear friends, and then the convention just kind of was over, and that was it.
Yeah. So, we're still on this. So, Jake and Chris especially, because Chris had this was the first time Chris had met me in person. So Chris, the Senta guy. So Christopher Reiner. And he's like, you're not doing anything today. You're going to hang out with us, because he was mad at how busy I was on Saturday. So because I got the $100 package with Pickwick, which included one movie of my choice anytime during the rest of the weekend, both of them were like, we're going to go see Superman together. Like, okay, I guess we're seeing Superman together. And I looked it up. The best time for us to see it was at 5:00. So we're just going to skip Kaiju Confessions. Just the same thing every year anyway. And I've already seen it several times. Kim has incriminating evidence of me doing the Monster X Strikes Back dance.
It's in my G-Fest 2023 vlog.
Yes. And you also have video of us singing along.
You could never run for office, Mark Chan. We got too much dirt on you.
No. Yeah. She also has video of us singing one of the MST3K songs. The Kaiju
I love that song.
I do too. But anyway, so we skipped on that, went to the Pickwick. So this was a new experience for me because it was the smaller theaters in the back. Also, I swear, up and down, we're walking down this little alley that has the archway around it, between the buildings. I swear to you, I saw Spider-Man. Spider-Man ran across on the other side. People think I'm crazy, but I saw Spider-Man. I don't know why he was there, but I saw Spider-Man. We got to the end of that alleyway, and I'm like, where did he go? Because it looked like it was a dead end where he went. I'm like, that really was Spider-Man, wasn't it? He climbed the walls. Where did he go? I don't understand. Why is he here?
Don't sleep at G-Fest. This is what happens.
Apparently. Nobody believed it, but I was like, there were people behind us. They saw Spider-Man too. So I don't know what happened there. But anyway, so before we left, I messaged people in group chats like, who wants to go see Superman with us? And Kim is like, I'm going to go with you guys.
Sure, why not?
Why not? There's a kaiju in it. This will be great.
Okay, why not?
Yeah, why not? So we all pile into my car and we go.
And then we get into the theater, and then my brain goes,
Kim is not having a good time. I was worried about Chris and his friend Rose not making it because they had to drive separately. And so I'm running around. I've already seen the movie. I saw the movie at the early Amazon Prime screenings on Tuesday. So I wasn't all that worried about it. So I'm trying to make sure I got everybody in the theater and we're all sitting together, like getting everything situated. The movie starts, and I noticed that Kim is not having a good time.
No, not a good
Your
time.
girl's not having a good time.
Your girl needs to sleep. That's what needed to happen.
Yeah. So she's like, I don't think I could do this, guys.
Like, yeah, I think I'm gonna head back to the hotel. So I summon a lift, but in my
you got a refund.
let me tell it. Let me tell it. Again, 6 hours of sleep in the span of 48 hours. Okay. So I tried to summon a lift. I type in Pickwick Theater as the pickup location, but my sleepy brain did not realize that I picked the Pickwick Theater like super far away. And so I was like,
yeah, the one in my neck of the woods.
Like, why is it taking 17 minutes to get here? Why does it cost $900? What's going on?
Oh no.
And then what made it even worse is the guy said, "Oh, I'm here." We couldn't find him. He
And
calls him up.
he can't speak a lick of English.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. And so I just canceled the ride. I tried to order another one, and my brain is just not cooperating with me.
And it still wants to charge her $900
because I kept picking the wrong theater because I was so sleepy. And so Nate had to drive me back. I felt so bad because I made him miss the movie.
And I kept telling her because she's like, I was like, Kim, are you going to be okay? Do you need me to stay with you? He's like, I need you to stay with me.
Oh, please stay with me. I'm so tired.
Stay with me. And I'm just like, okay, I'm going to stay. He's like, but I'm making you miss the movie. It's like, I saw it Tuesday. It's fine. I was like, okay. And then, there's one point where she was just so distraught. She's just like laying her head on my shoulder. And I'm like, Kim, you're a married woman.
Fine.
I would have died.
I was.
And then after all this stuff, I'm just like, okay, what are we gonna do here? Because I was at first like, just give me the phone and I'll figure it out. And I'm like, and then finally she's like, you know what? Screw it. I'll take you back myself.
Thank you.
So I laid her back to my car. It is to the point where I am literally just holding her shoulders and just pointing her in the right
where are we
going? Like over here, okay. And then I open the door, and then I can move her.
I think I had a little too much G-Fest.
What's happening? I had too much G-Fest.
I had too much G-Fest. And so I get her in the car, drive her back to her hotel, drop her off, and she's like, your girl's gonna go take a nap.
Your girl needs a nap.
Your girl needs a nap. Okay, fine. I'll come back later for the wholesome hangout. It'll be okay. So I go back. I get there. The movie's half over. I'm like, that's fine. We finish the movie. I say goodbye to, in fact, one of them is in the chat right now, Jake Hambrick.
Oh, hi, Jake.
I think you're onto something, Jake.
Yeah, you guys are crazy. Go to bed. Yes. Thanks, Dad. But so anyway, and
wow. I was listening, Jake. I think you have a point.
What is it? Goji 334. I saw that guy on the top left at the after party. Spider-Man?
Oh.
Spider-Man was at the after party? What? Okay.
Listen, okay. I saw Jesus, Godzilla, and Hank Hill at this place, and Spider-Man would not confuse me. I've seen things.
Sure, Jake.
I'm not gonna ask.
I was gonna ask you.
I'm not asking either.
Several questions.
So I got her. Went back. We got back to the hotel. I hung out a little bit with Chris and Jake as they were going to leave that night. So said my goodbyes, and then the wholesome hangout didn't get as many people as I would have liked. This is our alternative to the cult initiation Titanosaurus Society for taking over the world after party.
Oh dear God!
With all the kaiju blood that sometimes I wonder if it's actually real. And because I went once, I'm like, I think I'm done.
No,
and
thank you.
Yeah,
agreed.
So this was our alternative. We were going to do some tabletop gaming. Didn't quite pan out, because we were having more fun looking at the artwork for my Godzilla Funko game. Chatted for a little bit. then we discovered our entertainment for the evening.
So this is amazing. So I will be brief about this.
Strap in, Donny. Strap in.
I am strapped.
So as briefly as I can possibly make this for the sleep deprived among us, which is what we were that night. We were in the basement area. We were asked to leave the little room. Oh, it's already starting. It's already starting.
You were asked to leave what?
We were actually in the writer workshop room, and we were just kind of hanging out in there, and we were asked to leave because they were going to go in and clean it up. And we happened to be in one of the hallways, and we noticed a giant pile. Danielle made this discovery: a giant pile of children's artwork that was presumably from Minya's place. And these were coloring pages and collage pieces. And so we decided to.
No one came back and got them.
No, they were just kind of there, and they were probably going to. It's happening. It's every one of the nothing that. Listen, I have to preface this by saying that nothing. We're going to laugh a lot here in a minute, and it won't be as funny to anybody else. We will sound deranged, and we might have been. But we went through all of this artwork to just look through it and see, just admire it before it got pitched, because it was probably going to go in the garbage. And we were so punchy that everything we picked out became a running joke. We started doing everything. It was crazy. Kids signed their names in funny ways. We laughed. The children made weird pictures. We laughed. The coloring pages
we may have actually rescued a few of these
yes.
from destruction.
Some context. I saved a few. This is one of them. This was here it is. Again, this is very incriminating for us. But I picked this up. This was made by a little guy named Mason, but the way that there's a space there, I picked it up and I went, "My son," and everybody started losing it. For the whole rest of the night, it was just "My son." We were not well, as you can imagine.
Oh my god!
I mean, if
There is a video with Danny doing voices and me doing absolutely brilliant. By brilliant, I mean terrible cinematography.
Yeah, I gave voices to all of the collage monsters got voices, and I just kind of ad-libbed a little scene, and we did that for a couple of different ones.
Goji 334 0.
None at all.
We don't need any of that.
We didn't need any.
Life, we
did not need any. And what was it? We found an Ultra 7 coloring page that this kid just drew everything red on Ultra 7, and for whatever reason, what are those called? Like the little fuzzy wires? He just glued a couple of them to Ultra 7 and made it look like he was shooting lasers out of his eyes. And at the top, it said exactly this. It said, "Make evil."
Ultra 7, me evil. And,
like that.
It was so good. But the star of the show, though, was Judgmental Ultraman.
Judgmental Ultraman.
Look at that pose. You can't tell me he's not judging you.
That's kind of iconic.
I know.
There's the one. Oh yeah, here it is. It's sitting here on the pile. I saved his friend, Judgmental Ultraman Zoffy.
Yes. So what ended up happening was I grabbed this and I started doing a stupid voice, and that just kind of became the rest of the night. Where I just had him slyly insult people. Let's see if I can do it. Oh, is that really how you decided to do your hair today? Oh, that's so nice for you. Just like the dumbest things ever. Listen, there's a lot of noise going on in the basement here at the Hyatt Regency, and people are trying to sleep. They're so inconsiderate. My goodness. I'm going to call the police on you. That's right. You know what? In fact, I am the police. I've deputized myself because of how cool I am. You think it just kept going, and it was pretty ridiculous, but we were punchy. It was wonderful. I would change
Why was Ultraman sounding like Droopy the dog?
I don't know what made me think of Droopy, but that is my Droopy.
Like
impression.
that's where my money.
Do I want to share the comments that are in the chat right now?
Yes, you should share at least one
Yeah,
of them.
first
You know
off,
the one.
first off, Echo Goji says dying of
We got
laughter.
him. We got him.
And Danielle has admitted to something.
Yes. There was a moment where I was doing the voice here, and I was just going off and off. It was like 3 straight minutes of gold, comedy gold. I tell you, I could have won an Emmy for that. It was just beautiful, I swear. And she was just kind of vibrating, holding onto this phone, and she walked away. And she's like, "There was, I think, a little pee just happened, just a little."
Jacob we have Jacob Lingle of Kaiju United in the chat. He says, "I remember Nathan had a lot of Kong's berry juice. He thought he was Tom Servo."
He's the winged baby. Nobody gets him.
Oh,
my
gosh.
god! So that was the whole. That was the whole. night.
What? Wait.
Oh, yes.
Don't forget the bastard that was spreading cookie crumbs all over the floor.
So, fun fact: I baked some cookies and brought them along for people. And
Yeah, you waited till Sunday for that.
You didn't get a cookie?
No,
I didn't get you a cookie?
You know what?
Oh no!
Danny, you bring your cookies, and I will make my trademark peanut butter cookies that only my family apparently has ever had. So I will bring some myself.
I feel horrible. I could have sworn I brought some down to one of the panels we were in. No, I feel bad. I'm gonna.
Did I need the calories? Probably not.
No, me neither. But you know, it's fine.
So with all the laughter that we were having that night, we were burning all of those calories.
Yeah. I was 15 pounds lighter driving home.
Yes, Jacob, I know, and I actually think it's funny. I think it's really funny. Yeah,
but I made fun of myself because I ate one of the cookies and I got some. I don't know, it was a little crumbly, so it was just like, point me in the direction of that wasteful bastard who's dropping crumbs all over the floor here at the Hyatt Regency.
Was it Reagan?
Who's going to have to clean that up? Me, Ultraman, and I need to go home tonight. I haven't seen my family in so many nights because I've been cleaning up after you fools all weekend. It's really not fair.
Why is Ultraman droopy?
Oh.
I'm just like, I was like, I want Judgmental Ultraman to become a thing somehow. I've already made a meme out of it. I've made 2 memes. I took a close-up picture of this coloring page. You can go. The website is on this page. If you go to mondaymandala.com, you can find this very coloring page. You can find your own Judgmental Ultraman. And
so shout out to James. Shout out to James wherever you are.
Yeah. And then
you gave us so much entertainment. It was crazy.
And this one was by Aiden G. You know, because
I
said this one is Judgmental Ultraman Zoffy because he doesn't have, he has like a little grid, like honeycomb eyes. So that's he's multifaceted.
That was our night. It went on for hours of just that, and it was amazing. Actually, it was real good. Pants were peed. We laughed. We cried.
Good times were had by all.
Good times were had.
Poor Donny, please give him a hug.
I feel horrible.
Oh my god, do not feel bad about that.
I made cookies for everybody, and I didn't get everybody my cookies. Okay, anyway, next year, we'll figure it out.
Next year,
but that was Sunday.
Yeah, Jake. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, you get to bed. We're probably going to be wrapping up here really soon. Actually.
I would agree. So. Yes,
I am so tired.
But yes, Judgmental Ultraman might have been one of the best things to come. I need like PSAs and memes of Judgmental Ultraman. I should submit that photograph I have of Judgmental Ultraman to Image Flip and see if it goes like super viral or something. And submit it as a template and see if other people start using it.
Just remember who made the whole joke work, sir. That's all I'm saying. Just credit where credit is due, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Jacob Lingle says, please, somebody cosplay Judgmental Ultraman next year.
Velcro his fists to his hips.
He's just like...
Clearly, my costume is the best costume. I don't think it's much of a competition, frankly. Just look at all these. Is that another inflatable Godzilla over there? Oh, how unoriginal! Oh goodness.
Now, in all seriousness, and also, what's the name of the kid who colored that?
A young man named James. If
I just want to
yes.
say, in all seriousness, James, that is some very good coloring. That
Better
is
than
some
I could ever do.
excellent coloring.
This is the one time you'll not hear me be too judgmental. Everything's in the lines, nothing is bled over, and if you turn the paper around, you'll see that there's very little bleed through. So that implies a very skillful mastery of the marker, as you can see here. It's very detailed. There's a little bit of bleed here on the knee, but really, who's looking? Who's looking at my knees? That's just stop looking at my knees. My goodness. Look up. Now I'm over here. Now I'm up here. Now I'm on a horse. There it is.
I can't. I can't right now.
I know it's bad.
I'm so
It's-
delusionally tired.
Allison has the correct answer.
Dude, yes, hang out with us.
Please.
Yeah.
Please don't go
Dude,
to
I'm hanging out with you all that.
We
This
have
is why
way
we
too much
started the
fun.
wholesome hangout. For people who don't want to go to the drunken cult initiation party, you come hang out with us. Judgmental Ultraman's coming back next year. I need Judgmental Ultraman to come.
Frankly, I think he should be. This looks very silly, doesn't it? There's a reason I was holding up the paper in front of me. I think I should be elected as the official mascot of the.
Ultraman should
Yes.
judge the art contest next year.
You know who I think should judge the art contest next year? My son should judge the art. It's very easy. It's like a superpower.
I told you weren't ready for this, Donny.
No.
I am living.
No, he's living and judging.
No, I wish I was there to experience this because it sounds hilarious.
Oh
I
my
would
gosh.
anticipate
Oh my
everyone.
gosh.
We were a little silly. Definitely not. Reagan.
Definitely not Regan.
What was the story with Reagan? I don't remember what happened.
That was the name of one of the names signed to one of the pictures. And I think it was more of a Danielle and Kim thing because I'm
right.
I'm still not entirely sure. Kim, you're gonna have to explain that.
Yeah,
I'm not 100%
so
sure.
earlier in the night, another inside joke came up because Danny, you were talking about how you play with your goddaughter and you make up these characters, and one of the characters goes like,
Girl.
you will not believe what I heard.
I've got it. Oh my gosh.
So I took that and I saw this picture signed by Reagan. And I said, girl, you will not believe what I just heard, Reagan.
Girl.
Oh, it was yeah. This is a running thing with my goddaughter and I. We have a little phone game we play, and I give voices to all the characters, and she has an RS character has a friend who just thinks she has the tea on everybody, but it's like really bad tea. And she's really confident in her gossip.
We're wrecking Danielle right now.
My throat.
It's throat, but it's supposed to be throat.
My throat. Not my roast.
Judgmental. I'm telling you, Judgmental Ultraman needs a TikTok. I'm just saying, like if I
didn't
just
despise
roast
TikTok, I would probably do it, but I can't. I don't know. I'll maybe he's got YouTube Shorts in his future or something like that. This is the face of a star. Please don't sue me, Subaraya. Please. Would you sue a face this handsome? Look at that face. My goodness.
No, they'd pay that face.
They would. Listen, that's what I'm saying. I think that I'm worth everything, all the paychecks, some of those nice residual checks. I could do the audio commentary when they finally release Ultra Q, the movie. You know what I mean? Even though I'm not in it. Huge oversight. One flaw in the film is that I'm not in it. I need to be done. It's 1 a.m. This is literally, we're having flashbacks.
Oh my gosh. And then there's before the picture shenanigans, I remember Danny, I requested you to do the
Judgmental Ultraman would be nicer if he had a girlfriend.
Do the
You're telling me
the ending monologue.
Yes.
From Godzilla 1985 as Goofy.
Yes, I
Oh my god. What?
sure.
I have video of that. I'm gonna put it in my
Oh.
shenanigans video.
as
You've
well
been warned.
as well as my son.
My son. My son.
This man says he cannot walk, but I say he can stand. Walk, my brother. Walk, my son. You will walk again, boy. Oh, good. Okay.
In the name of the Lord, my son will walk again.
Girl.
Girl.
Girl, what is happening right now?
You had to have been there. It's just a thing. And it was really, honestly, it was like the emotional, like stress relief that I needed after my weekend. Really was just like, we're just gonna be a little goofy, just a little goofy.
Yeah, always.
Just a little goofy. Kim's face when I did, she was like, I did like this voice. I was doing all these stupid voices, as I am opt one to do, and I got to that one, and she's like, you have to do the monologue with the voice, and
I'm excited about that.
Oh, I'm a little. Can you like superimpose Goofy's face over my head?
I wish I could actually. You would probably have to make Goofy your audio avatar right now.
Oh, good lord!
And turn your camera off.
Well, the thing is, all these nice people want to go home and go to bed. They don't want to hear me. They're tired of all these shenanigans. This isn't funny. I'm gonna die alone.
Oh, I was crying laughing when you did that.
Oh my god.
Oh, it was we were delirious. It was so funny. Like, I'm sure that camera is like probably a little.
It was a little shaky. I was like,
I'm gonna die alone.
I was dying.
Oh my god.
Oh god, I'm crying.
Oh my gosh. I think
Buy my book, everybody.
I think we're done.
No, really, seriously. So I can pay for my
you have an endorsement from Judgmental Ultraman, okay?
Judgmental Ultraman. Oh gosh, my goodness.
He's like, this is the one book I actually like. And
Yeah. I'll make alt accounts on Amazon. There you go.
He'll actually say something nice about Rebecca's book.
There you go. Personally, of all the aliens I've ever beat the tar out of, Bolton is my favorite, and I would read a story about him. I'm sure his life is moderately interesting, enough to sustain at least one junior level novel at least. A whole series that might be pushing it just a little. I'll have to read the first one to really see. But maybe I just won't. I am very busy after all with my non-existent TikTok account, and send help. My brain is melting out of my ultra ears. I can't.
Jacob Legal says Donnie trying to keep it together and not laugh at the stuff I'm DMing him is really funny to watch.
And I thought he was laughing at us the whole time.
Yeah, and Acto Goji says just busted my ears laughing.
Oh my goodness.
Jacob's sending me like photos of me like
That's funny. Oh goodness, we got to wrap this up, guys.
Society.
Yeah.
Let's wrap it up.
Okay. So let's quickly get to the aftermath, although I feel like we've already kind of gotten to the aftermath. So Monday rolls around, and for most of us, that's when we headed back home. My trip back was pretty uneventful. You know, I had to kind of rush there a little bit because my brother was going back to work. He works second shift. He was there with us. He was one of my roommates. And it was actually on the way back that without the magic of G-Fest to sustain it, my boundless energy was finding its boundaries. And it caught up with me a little bit, and I ended up just taking it easy for the rest of the evening. I would have normally gone to the ballroom dance studio that I go to for classes, the Fort Wayne Ballroom Company, but I'm like, no, I think I'm just going to chill at the apartment this evening, and slept in the next day and felt a heck of a lot better.
Nice.
Unfortunately, it was not nearly as pleasant for two people in this call.
Not
So,
good.
let's hear the horror stories.
Donny, would you like to go
Kim,
first?
I will go first because yours is way worse, Kim. No, so I told you all that I rented a vehicle, right? Well, I got home, took the rental vehicle back, and went to start my car the next day, and it died.
Yikes.
Right in our garage. Just completely died. So this whole week post G-Fest has been me trying to navigate the shenanigans of getting rid of my car because apparently it was a fatal engine flaw that was a recall, and my vehicle has just ever so inched forward ahead of the mileage limit on the recall.
Wait. What was this car?
It's a 2018 Ford Escape.
Oh,
and it has a head gasket issue. So, and despite the 20 places I've taken it to, nobody deduced that. It took me doing a Google search to figure that out.
It's embarrassing.
So then I bought a new vehicle, a used vehicle, a super economical vehicle because I cannot afford much right now. And now there's some shenanigans about them getting the vehicle to me because the dealership lost the title to the vehicle. So now I have been just in this carless limbo, and I've just been like going with the flow.
That's all you can do at this point. That's all you can do.
My therapist is I've been like, girl.
Girl.
Association today, girl. Like,
oh my gosh, Donny, I'm so sorry.
Donny, just blame Reagan.
Reagan.
Forward.
I like it's going to arrive on Wednesday. I've been told it's gonna arrive. I was told it would arrive yesterday, but then they lost the title, and then they said Monday, and then they were like, "Oh wait, we got to mail out the title." So now Wednesday. Wow. And if come Wednesday you feel a nuclear explosion somewhere, that is me not getting my vehicle. And that's me going nuclear. Call me Godzilla because I'm about to go on a rampage.
Yeah, subtly, Godzilla is subtly like, my Godzilla senses are tingling. There is a nuclear explosion in Michigan. I must go eat it.
Godzilla sensors.
Literally.
I
feel like, and mind you, I'm not the kind of person, I will not like yell at people. I will not I don't do that when it comes to customer service because having worked in customer service my whole life, I'm like, hey guys, like this is super inconvenient. Is there anything you can do to expedite that? And then of course they're like, no, we can't. Gotta try. But anyway, Kim, what I just shared does not even come within a parsec of what you
Okay.
Massa.
That literally sounded like constipation.
Oh dear God. Okay.
I'm having some trouble in here.
Out of my body.
Send help.
Okay,
all right, Kim, you got to rip the Band-Aid off. We're here for you.
Okay, Kim.
Let's do it.
Okay. So my flight boarded at 11:45 a.m. Chicago time. We did not take off until 1:45 p.m. Chicago time because there was some, severe weather back here in New Jersey and en route to New Jersey. So we were just kind of sitting in the lot or whatever you call it, the runway area, tarmac, whatever. We're just kind of sitting there for like 2 hours, and I'm running on a single protein bar and a matcha latte at this point. Okay. So we finally take off. Actual flight is like an hour and a half. We land in New Jersey. It's severe weather, raining, thundering, lightning, all that stuff. And so it's like 4:45 p.m. New Jersey time. And then the captain says, hey, so there's a lot of planes behind us, in front of us. We're kind of stuck here because of severe weather. The gates are closed and the ramp is closed. And every time there's lightning, the ramp closes again for another 10 minutes. And it was a lot of lightning. So we were stuck on the tarmac for 5 hours. 5 hours.
Girl. Like that. You were like messaging us, and like your level of composure,
stir crazy.
I was.
You were also so composed. Like I would have been like a raging monster. I would have been a raging monster.
Karen mode activated.
The Holy Spirit helped me calm. I was like, Lord Jesus, help me.
My son.
My son.
Oh, just remember that for 5 hours. It'll get you through. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And
it was hands down definitely the worst travel experience I've ever had.
And it ended up on the news the next day.
It did.
What?
It did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was an article about it and everything.
Not to bring it back to astrology, but just an FYI, Mercury has been in retrograde. I looked it up today, considering I've been served a shit sandwich all week. But anyway. Kim, I am so sorry you had to go through that. That is literally the worst thing.
Yeah, and by the way, again, running on a single protein bar and a matcha latte. They did give out like water and snacks and everything, but like that's okay. Well, that's not a meal, but that's fine. And mind you, my legs were still giving me issues.
Danielle, are you okay?
The fact that they did not give out like actual food, like meal food, is wild to me.
I mean, to be fair, they weren't prepared to sit on the tarmac for 5+ hours. So
I was going to say they were prepared for an hour and a half flight.
Yeah.
That's
well,
but still,
the airport couldn't have brought out food.
Or they could have like sent a shuttle or something, but they didn't want to, put anyone at risk because there was a lot of lightning, and then every time there was lightning, everyone looked for because we have to wait another 10 minutes.
I would have opened up that door, slid down that slide. I'd walk in the
Danielle,
Kim, Danielle has a question.
What was the best? Oh my gosh, there was a line.
Oh god.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a line. Fortunately, I was able to use the bathroom, so there wasn't too long of a line, but there was a line for the bathroom. So yay for that. But yeah, I even said like you know what? Just open the emergency exits, pull out the slide, and let us out. We will walk to the gate. Okay.
If it's really raining that bad, the seats do double as flotation devices.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like it. Okay. Like remember when they used to wheel the stairs up to the side of the plane and people could just and off they could go?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I would have been okay with that.
That's fine.
I was trying to get my steps in anyway. I got to just walk to the gate.
It's like, and you could have gone to the gate. The plane would have still been stuck there for 5 hours with your luggage, but you could have gone in.
I would have braved a tornado for that. Like I just.
This is true.
Yeah. Unfortunately, United Airlines compensated all the passengers with $500 certificate. So
okay. Now we're talking about
Kim needs an excuse to come visit somebody.
Yay.
That's true.
Or that can cover my flight for next G-Fest.
True. Make sure there's no expiration date on that. Like,
I have up to 1 year to use it.
okay, then that lines up.
Okay, perfect.
That's perfect.
You might come right up to the line.
But you'll get it.
I will get it.
Yeah.
I'm blown away. The amount of travel difficulty that I saw. Yes, that's true. The amount of travel difficulty I saw, like some of the trains in and out of Chicago weren't working. One of the stations was wonky. A train, I think, broke down. Allison and Danielle, yes, their flight was straight up canceled. They didn't leave. They went to the Crown Plaza and got a room, and they didn't leave till Wednesday.
Oh my god!
Wednesday, because their flight kept getting canceled. And then I had the easiest trip up there in the whole world. I had a very simple, roughly 5-hour trip back. And then 2 days later, my car started spewing smoke out of the engine.
Oh dear.
Now I know, I don't know what's going on.
What is happening?
So apparently everybody either was having issues the day before they had to leave for G-Fest, or right after.
Or
I don't get
both.
it.
Because
Yeah.
Neil had car problems.
Yes.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Neil had car problems before going to G-Fest. I had car problems before going to G-Fest.
Avery's flight got canceled.
Yes.
Nate,
Yes.
Danielle and Allison's flight got canceled a few times. I was getting like lunch on Thursday, and I parked my car, and my car started to overheat, and it started spewing white smoke out from under the hood. And I looked, and it was just kind of spritzing coolant everywhere.
Oy.
So I inched.
I had a
the
car do that once. Not good.
Yeah, I inched the car home. Every time it overheated, I pulled over and let it cool off. And I worked from home the rest of the day and Friday. My car's still sitting out there. I was going to take it in somewhere. I think I might be able to just have it fixed without taking it to a shop. Hopefully, maybe the diagnosis will be coming tomorrow. But yeah, I'm down a car, and I'm so honest to goodness, it's annoying, but I'm really glad that it happened now and not this time last week when I was driving 5 hours to Chicago. I'm sure the drive didn't help the car, but at least it made the journey and then got me home safely and then got me to work a day and a half and then, got me to a Wendy's, and now it's just kind of out there. Yeah, but
I am glad you made it home safely.
Thank
That
you.
sounds terrible. So you're down a car as well right now.
I'm down a car. I am
Two.
down a car.
If I can derive any silver lining
Yeah.
that I have found from my own experience, it's that the rental vehicle I drove is now the new vehicle I'm going to be. Well, the same brand of the new vehicle I'm buying.
Ooh.
It's like a cute little Mitsubishi, and I'm like, because I'm done with Ford. Ford, what are you doing? Like,
You do know,
Mine's a
you
Ford.
do,
girl, this is the
yeah,
second
you do know that
Ford vehicle.
you
that
do
I
know
had-
that there's a joke that Ford stands for found on road dead.
Well, I didn't learn my lesson the first time.
No, my car's a Ford. It's a 2012 Focus. That's hysterical.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm.
there you go.
Listen,
Meanwhile,
twice as a
I
coincidence,
drove.
3 times the pattern. That's what I'm saying.
Meanwhile, I drove 2 early 2000s Ford Escorts for a decade and a half, but they had Mazda motors. That's why they were invincible.
Oh, there you go. See, that's the hack. That's how you do it. I'm gonna have
At
them
this
upgrade.
point, I would drive a tricycle before I would drive a Ford. I'm done.
Well, I'm
done.
subtly picturing one of those
Yeah.
tricycle figures where they put some sort of like Godzilla or Gamma or something. It's just like,
I thought it was
Like next year, you're gonna see me pull up on a damn tricycle.
I'm gonna get one of those penny farthings and just kind of giant wheel,
yeah, Danielle, Toyotas will survive the apocalypse.
That is
We
fair.
will have a
That's what I
nuclear
need.
winter. We will have a nuclear winter, and then everyone will discover that the only cars that work are Toyotas.
We have a Toyota.
Yes.
So Mad Max will be the Toyota Wars. And that's what.
Either that, or it'll be a bunch of Toyotas driven by cockroaches. Because, Hey, do we have anything else to say about this crazy, wacky weekend before all of us fall face first onto our keyboards?
I think we've covered all, basically all the things. But we'll do some quick final thoughts. I was not expecting the Megastream to be this mega.
You fool.
I should have known better.
Yeah,
but I will
Well, you know when you get all
reiterate
four
what I
together.
said 4 hours ago.
that's right.
My favorite G-Fest ever, possibly the best G-Fest ever, at least that I've experienced. I don't know how next year is going to compete with this. I really don't.
See, I said that
want
last year.
it so bad, but I am going to treasure this G-Fest for many, many reasons. Not just seeing all of you again, but getting to meet some people for the first time ever again. You know, Grattan, Pam, Damon, Christopher Reiners, just so many things. And the sad thing is there were a few people I wish were at G-Fest who were not there. Shout out to Ryan, the Omniviewer Collins.
He was missed.
Very disappointed he was not there. I hope he can make it next year. I miss you, Ryan. Please come back.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So I think that's one way that this could next year could potentially be better, is if we had more of those people come back. And also go to the convention center, please. For the love of all that is holy on Mothra's Island, go to the convention center.
Preach.
I said you will go to the convention center.
I do swear, go on. You shall go onward to the convention center of destiny on yonder horizon.
And then you will kick out Reagan.
Reagan!
Do not listen to judgmental Ultraman. You will go to the convention.
My evil.
I don't know anymore. I'm immobilized.
Oh, remember that time we recorded this video? What a time, huh? I tell you what. Go ahead. What were your thoughts, Kim?
Yes.
Fair.
Okay. Oh, Danielle says you got an announcement.
Oh, yes. This was a big thing. So Danielle and I are Orga peeps, and has anybody ever noticed that in some depictions Orga either has eye pupils or doesn't? This is kind of a small detail. Has anybody ever picked up on this, or is it just
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Okay. Danny went and asked the man who built the suit the question.
Why are you referring to yourself in third person?
I'm not. That's Danielle's name.
Oh, okay. Because you said Danny. I'm like,
I
is he talking
did
about
because
stuff?
that's her
anyway.
name. You know what?
Anyway.
This is switch to decaf Marchan. The question has been answered. The question has been answered because she asked Mr. Wakasa, and he said that there are no pupils on the monster. So you heard it here first, folks.
Oh,
This is breaking news. Orga,
an exclusive.
an exclusive. Orga has no pupils. He is pupilless. There you go. It's true. It's a thing. She has many names. This is very true. There are many names.
Oh, whoop.
She was right. She was she was completely right. She was onto it. Nobody knows Orga better than Danielle. This is true. This is true.
Well, this is why she's basically a shoe-in to when I get to Godzilla 2000, although that one's probably going to be a massive panel discussion because everybody and their dog wants to be on that episode.
I asked my dog, and my dog said, "What? What's a podcast?" I can ask my other dog. All right. Hey, Donny, my man. Thoughts on G-Fest, real quick, before we all go.
Closing thoughts.
Before I lose my pupils.
And the best line of
No,
the podcast.
okay, so
I lose my pupils. I'm using that.
All right, lose my pupils. Donnie, I'm going to make a T-shirt for you that says "Before I lose my pupils."
I relate to Orga right now. I really do.
My pupils.
You know
So-
what? No.
Yes.
Danielle, make some funny Orga artwork, and then I'm going to take that and put that on a T-shirt and then put "Before I lose my pupils."
It's immortalized now. Immortalized now. No, so this G-Fest was wonderful for me because I got to hang out with all of you. I got to meet
Danielle.
some.
Danielle.
I can't look at that comment right. No, so I like doing the Kaiju writers panel and workshops. So I love doing workshops. It's one of my favorite things to do during the summer when I'm like working with local students and stuff. So I had so much fun doing it. It inspired me to write fiction again. I got to meet a lot of people who watched Growing Up with Godzilla who I didn't even know watched it. It was socially overwhelming, but it was very wholesome to be able to experience it and to know that like this little corner that I've created is actually meaningful in some way. Like, will I say it's my best G-Fest? I mean, my G-Fest was kind of, I don't know, I feel like a lot of the weight of what I had gone through earlier in the week still kind of hung over things, but like, I think going to G-Fest was a necessary escape for me that like helped me forget about the cluster, you know what. I will say, okay, I'll say it's tied for last year as my favorite G-Fest.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad I was able to go this year.
We're so glad. Oh, Kim.
Yes.
Oh, we're so happy you were there.
I was going. I was prepared to be very sad because I'm like, she's not here. I need to go find something in the dealer hall for her. Like, I had a list of people who are like, if they're not here, I'm going to find something in the dealer hall for them.
Yeah.
Like Danny and I were having talks. We're like, we're going to go find everything Baby Godzilla.
Because that's my son.
No. I'm happy I got to meet you too, by the way.
Aw.
It's awesome. I tell you what, it really is the people that make G-Fest for me.
Yes.
And that's such an easy, line to throw out there, but it's very true. And for that reason, this G-Fest ended up being a kind of creative triumph, but an emotional mixed bag. Because I spent I spent a lot of time with people, but not nearly as much as I wanted. I wanted to go eat dinner with people more. I wanted to see people more. And I was so scatterbrained running around and doing stuff that I love doing, by the way. But as much as the panels mean to me, and as cool as it was to do all the stuff I got to do, to me, it's not why I go. I go for you guys. I go to see you guys. I go to be with you guys because most of the time I only get to see you this once a year. So next year there will be fewer panels on Daniel's plate. Yes, I am referring to myself in the third person now. Nathan, you're welcome. Got you covered. So next year I'm definitely going to be doing all the writing stuff and a handful of other panels, but 11 or 12 hours worth of programming is too much for me. And I knew it would be. I did it so that I could have a good platform to get the book promoted. It was the one time I was going to be able to do it. But now that it's done, this is the first year I left G-Fest and I was ready to go home. I was ready to be home. I was ready. Oh, that's exactly right. My peeps, my G-Fest family are G-Fest to me. That's more important to me. As much as I love the panels, that's more important panels. So next year will be a little bit less so. When I got home, I pretty much collapsed into bed and I've been mostly asleep or wanting to be asleep ever since. I've been slowly recovering. My social bandwidth was just taxed beyond.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Introverts unite. But at the same time, as it was super busy, but it was also incredibly fulfilling. The writer stuff could not have gone better considering like some of my concerns with the promotion and the size of the room. I think it turned out wonderful. I got to see so many people who mean so much to me. I got to spend a lot of quality time. Again, not as much as I wanted, but a lot of good quality time with people. We got to be silly together. We got to watch movies together. We got to learn things together. We got to hug ball tent together. And it will be, it will always be the G-Fest where I announced my book, which is a huge thing. That this will be the year that I got to do that. And it's kind of crazy because I've been working on that that's about a year and a half of build up to be able to tell people about that. And I've also had kind of a stinky year at my job that I won't get into as well. I was just completely overworked at my job. So I needed something to do. I needed something to take the edge off a little bit. And it wasn't a vacation, because I was working, but it meant a lot to get to do something different and to get to, announce something that means a lot to me, to the best crowd to do it in. But more than anything, I got to see you guys, and I got to see people who mean a lot to me. And I'm so tired, you guys. I'm so tired.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we should all go to bed. I think that's the purpose of all of this, is that it is so bedtime. That's what I think.
Yeah. Just to let all of you know, I think we've all said this to each other in one form or another. We don't have to wait until next year. I think all of us would agree. Open
There's
invitation.
an
Just
Ultraman
let
show
just
in New Jersey.
the Ultraman show in New Jersey. I think all of us would agree. It's like open invitation. Just let me know when you want to come. Danny, Donnie, I know both. The three of us live close enough that we could make that happen if we wanted to. And I've been telling Danny for years, like, you should come visit me in Fort Wayne. I have so many places to take you. I have a sofa. I have a sofa bed.
Yes,
so
indeed.
New Jersey can be nice too. I know where there's a lot of trash, but there's some nice places too.
Little voice. Oh my gosh, that's funny. I know
Northern Michigan's beautiful in the summer, everyone, and the fall.
Like Donnie, you and I are not that far away from each other. We need to at least meet up and do a lunch. Like I'd happily drive halfway or the whole way just to do a lunch.
Same.
Let's make it happen. Kim, I need to come see you very, very badly. I would love to come see Jersey and New York. I know we talked about doing like Broadway and doing stuff like that.
I need to scratch New Jersey off of my list of states to visit.
We'll do it, because to me, like that's the great thing about this, is that we all have this shared love of Godzilla, but Godzilla is not the be all end all of why we are friends. It got us together, but we get to talk to each other about our lives, and we get to celebrate things together. And that's bigger. As much as we love Godzilla, that's bigger than that. And it's deeper than that. And that it's valuable. It's so deeply valuable, and it's magical, and it's wonderful. Yeah. And it's amazing to me that all these years later, G-Fest has transformed from this place where I can go to feel connected to this thing into something where I can go to feel connected to people, and quite a heck of a cool set of people, I must say. So that's something I will always value. And it's cool. And I know, Danielle, you're still listening, and I don't know if Allison's still listening, but I love you both to death. I love all you guys. Oh, see, this is maybe Godzilla's inside all of us. I would agree with that. And I think that is a perfect thematic bookend to our story here tonight. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So, like I like to say on the Henshin Power V3, what did we learn this week? Girl.
Rest before you lose those pupils.
Don't lose your pupils, Reagan.
I don't plan on losing my pupils tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for asking. My cheek hurts so much. Oh gosh. That's all of that, I think.